just give a little bit of housekeeping for those of you who are here for the first time. The facilities are to our right in the back. There's some water and coffee in the back if that's something you would like and need a little refreshment. And later on we will see who our vendors are, and our vendor room will be on our right. So first we have Secretary Beatty. Secretary Carol Beatty was sworn in as Secretary of Maryland Department of Disabilities on March 27, 2015, reappointed by Governor Westmore in January of 2023. Secretary Beatty was a former executive director of the ARC of Howard County, a private nonprofit organization which provides advocacy, support services, and for more than 750 children and adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities and family. As the executive director, the ARC of Howard County, Secretary Beatty was responsible for public policy advocacy at the national, state, and local level, and the delivery of quality services and supports for over 750 individuals and families, including employment and day services. Secretary Beatty received her Bachelor's of Arts degree from Mass Communications and History from Townsend University, and a Master's of Science degree of Special Education from Johns Hopkins. Over the past 20 years, she has received numerous awards for her work on behalf of individuals with disabilities, including the ARC U.S. National Council Executives Outstanding Lifetime Achievement Awards and Townsend University Alumni Association Distinguished Alumni Award in 2023. Let's welcome Secretary Beatty.
Good morning, everyone. Oh gosh, come on. Good morning. So I'm really very pleased to be here to celebrate Maryland's third year as a technology first state. And I want to thank our wonderful Deputy Secretary of DDA, Marlena Hutchinson, and her incredible staff for hosting today's events. And a special thanks to Stephanie, who I know has worked tirelessly on this event, and we really appreciate your efforts. And I'm happy to bring you greetings from Governor Westmore, Lieutenant Governor Aruna Miller, and the entire Moore-Miller administration. So as you all know, I'm not telling you anything, we are living in a digital and information world. And technology and digital information are the cornerstones in our society, highlighted by all that we are able to do, especially as we got through the pandemic and realized that then we had to do it, but now we've learned how to make it work for us. And we rely on technology for everyday communication, commerce, and information. I don't know about you, but I have Alexa all over the house, and I keep getting the names of them mixed up, sort of like moms and dads do with their kids. So I'm like, Alexa, and then I think, no, this one is named something else. What is it named? Yes. And I'm sure that my team at MD Tap could teach me how to connect all of those so that they all had the same name. Anyway, we have found, though, and research really tells us this, that far too often people with disabilities are left behind when it comes to using technology, especially as part of their system of natural supports. Governor Moore and Lieutenant Governor Aruna Miller have recognized this and have taken this on as an issue for our entire administration as we focus on how to create a more equitable Maryland, especially as it applies to technology. So Governor Moore's team has already made great strides in this area. Last year, the Department of Information Technology, or as we fondly refer to it as DO-IT, hired our state's first accessibility officer, whose name is Andrew Drummond. Andrew's work focused on ensuring that the state buys and uses technology that is accessible to all people, including people with disabilities. Andrew, I'm proud to say, is a former alumni of the Department of Disabilities and continues to work with our IT accessibility team from Maryland Assistive Technology Program, or as we refer to it as MDTAP, to create a more inclusive state government. And in January, Governor Moore signed an executive order that issued Maryland's first ever digital accessibility policy, which will ensure access to state-procured and developed information, technology, and services for all Marylanders, including people with disabilities. And it aims to provide the highest degree of usability for everyone. So as our state looks to become more inclusive, we also must look at our own work and ask the question, are we doing the most to create opportunities for individuals with disabilities to live the life of their choosing? And we encourage people with disabilities and their support circles to look at technology and how it can promote self-determination. I am pleased to announce that Governor Moore has issued a proclamation honoring Maryland's anniversary as a technology-first state. Deputy Secretary, would you come up and join me as we present the proclamation here? And let me read this. Do you want to move over to the better? If you don't mind, I'll read it. Whereas we believe in a Maryland which recognizes the unlimited potential for all of our citizens, including those with disabilities, to live, work, and thrive in our communities. And whereas enabling or assistive technology is any product, device, or equipment that allows people with disabilities to enhance their functional independence. And whereas access to enabling or assistive technology, supports, and services allows Marylanders with disabilities to have independence, safety, and privacy. And whereas on August 15th, 2022, Maryland was declared a technology-first state, meaning Maryland is committed to empowering all of our citizens with disabilities to have access to technology that will enhance their ability to pursue the best life as they define it. And whereas we are committed to building a state that promotes equality of opportunity, access, and choice for Marylanders with disabilities through technology. Now therefore I, Wes Moore, Governor of the State of Maryland, on August 15th, 2024, do hereby proclaim Maryland as a technology-first state, establishing a system of support for Marylanders with disabilities to access enabling or assistive technology. And it is signed by Governor Moore, Lieutenant Governor Aruna Miller, and Secretary of State Susan Lee. Thank you. And just before I'm done, I want to ask you please to stop by the Department of Disabilities vendor tables before you leave today. So MDTAP is present as well as Telecommunication Access Maryland. And they'll be able to clue you in on all the great work that's being done at the Department of Disabilities around assistive technology. Thank you so much and enjoy your day.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you so much for being here today, and thank you so much, Secretary Beatty. Secretary Beatty is such a friend, a great partner, and she is an unwavering champion of using technology to promote independence and inclusion for individuals with disabilities. This proclamation highlights Maryland's ongoing commitment to the Technology First initiative and its focus on driving positive change in our communities. I want to go back again and just thank my amazing team who's here today and also back at the office who put this together. Can you please give the team a round of applause for putting this together? I also want to thank all of you for being here today to celebrate our 3rd anniversary as a technology first state. Your presence here, whether you're an individual with disabilities, a family member, a caregiver, a service provider, a panelist, or a technology vendor, it shows how committed you are to ensuring that technology plays a central role in supporting independence and enhancing the quality of life for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. This is such an exciting day for us. This year, as Secretary Beatty said, marks our 3rd consecutive year that Maryland has been recognized as a technology first state through a governor's proclamation. So it's amazing. We definitely want to thank Governor Westmore for his continued support of our vital mission. It's a testament to the hard work and dedication of so many people across this state who believe in the power of technology to transform lives. Just a little bit of data in regard to what we've been seeing at the Developmental Disabilities Administration, because assistive technology is one of the waiver services that we offer waiver participants. We've seen incredible progress over the last year. From August 2023 to present, we've seen an increase in participation in individuals who are actually using technology to live meaningful lives in their homes and in their communities. Last year, August of 2023, there were 316 individuals who were using assistive technology services. We're very happy to say that this year there are 489 people using DDA's assistive technology services. And the impact is very clear. It's very clear that technology is empowering more people to live more independently, connect with their communities, and take greater control of their daily lives. We're just so excited about today. We have, and I don't want to give up Stephanie's thunder here, but we have 2 very special video presentations today. As a part of today's program, we will have the privilege of viewing 2 videos produced by the Maryland Department of Health, and our video team is here. Thank you so much to the video team. First, we will meet Jessica. Jessica is one of our own in DDA. We call her Jess. Jess is a DDA employee with low vision who utilizes assistive technology to succeed in her job, We'll also hear from Sasha, a mother whose son is receiving DDA services. She'll give us a tour of her smart home, where technology helps her and her son live independently, safely, and with confidence in their communities. And last but not least, as Secretary Beatty said, we have vendors here. We have amazing vendors here, and I encourage you to explore what they have to offer. All are showcasing cutting-edge technology solutions designed to help individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities realize their dreams of living independently in their homes and their communities. These are real solutions that are changing lives. And I really hope that you take an opportunity to visit our vendors. They're just to my right, your left, at some point today. I also look forward to meeting many of you today. I have not had an opportunity to meet a lot of my community partners, so I'm looking forward to meeting many of you today and also visiting our vendors. These are just such exciting times for us, and my team and I look forward to working with you all as we continue to advance technology and support all of our individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities to make certain that no one is left behind. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Secretary Beatty and Deputy Secretary Hutchinson. Welcome to your first Tech First. I'm excited to have you. This is going to be so much fun. So to start off, they did steal a little of my thunder, but we're gonna keep it going. So our theme this year is powering up, and the way we want to power up today is for people to make connections and to provide you with needed information. So the first connection I want you to make is our technology task force team. This is a labor of many and of love. Our task force consists of service providers as well as individuals who receive services, as well as self-advocacy groups, and most importantly, our sister agencies. So I would like everyone who is on the technology task force group to please stand. Thank you all. Please make note, because again, today is about making connections with the people in order for us to advance this technology first mission. I'm so far off my notes, but it's all good. We are going to keep going. Let's see. Next slide. All right, next we're going to have a little bit of story time. Can I ask Abby or Zeke to come and join me for a minute? You know, when you hear how many TikTokers do I have, story time. I'll try not to do a Risa T song. You have 4 parts. This is going to be real quick. So, as the Deputy Secretary said, we've already shown you that we have had increase in people receiving assistive technology services in the state of Maryland, and we have also had a 30% increase of people receiving remote supports services in Maryland. Also, NTAP, as the Secretary mentioned, has seen assistive technology program has had 485 people visit their libraries this year, which is an increase of 68% since 2022. And our first year of being a technology first state was 2022. So that is awesome. Last year we had the pleasure of Seek showing us, because they're one of our DDA service providers, and what they have done is incorporate a lot of technology into their service delivery system. And I wanted them to come back this year so you can hear how it has progressed. So, and hopefully that you will begin to, for those who you are service providers and CCSs can learn, but that you all will continue to incorporate technology into your services. So, Abby.
Thank you, Stephanie. I've also brought my colleague Kyra Harvey up here. Couldn't do this work without her. So, Seek, we're in Silver Spring. We were fortunate enough to receive a grant from the American Relief, let's see, ARPA. We'll get those other 2 acronyms later. And so with this grant, we've really been able to kind of propel ourselves way more into the assistive technology arena. And at Seek, we call it person-driven technology. And so one of the things was actually my role was embedded into this ARPA grant outcomes. And so I'm the person-driven technology manager at Seek. It's a brand new role, obviously. We're still kind of finding our way with it. But the money that we got from ARPA has allowed me to really dig in deep into some of the certifications and trainings that are out there, really hone my craft and learn, right, from all of you, as well as receiving my CSUN ATACP certification. It's the Assistive Technology Applications Credential. So that allows me to do more with assistive technology and, serving the 300 people that we support at Seek. And Kyra is going to talk a little bit about some other outcomes that we've been able to achieve with our ARPA grant money.
So for the past 2.5 years, we worked with a consultant. Her name is Jennifer White. She's based out in Washington, and she has her own company called Able Opportunities. Her specialty is working with those with low vision, no vision, or with hearing impairment or hearing loss. So that's what we spent most of our time with her, learning about her skills, kind of spending some time actually out in Washington and figuring out what are some things that we can like transfer over here to Maryland. How can we make that apply to the services that we offer here at SEEK? And I'm glad to present. I mean, we don't really have anything to show, but to share with you that we do have a tech library that's available for the people we support and for our staff to train and to learn different ways that they can support people. And what that may look like is helping someone create a self-advocacy video that may also help someone with expressing to others in their community who they are, what their dislikes are, what their likes are there any triggers? Self-advocacy videos are very helpful for that turnover that happens in our field a lot. And then also when a new staff comes in, instead of taking 4 to 5 months to learn someone and what they like to do, the self-advocacy video kind of gets us a jump start there. So we have iPads available, we have cameras available for low-tech building, making visual recipes for people that would love to cook in their own home. Everyone's not a reader or a writer, right? So looking at pictures is a great way to follow steps for a recipe. So using our camera kit is a great way to follow a recipe or to create your own in your own home. And I would say we have some smart plugs that are available for people that want to use that for light fixtures or being able to use things as appliances in their home as well. So lots of cool, fun stuff. So please come visit.
And I think the culminating event for how we've been able to utilize our tech library and all this that we've learned from Jennifer White is a couple of weeks ago we actually had an inclusive tech event at SEEK's offices in Silver Spring, which was just like an amazing turnout. We were really pleasantly surprised with, we had over 100 people we support come. We had vendors, a lot of familiar faces in the vendor room were able to come to SEEK and talk to families and talk to people we support. They could get their hands on some of the items from our tech library. We had a smart home presentation, so it was really just a wonderful event, and we could not have done it without the ARPA grant. So thank you so much.
Thank you. So as you see, there's a lot of cool stuff going on. I need my music, please. They said drop the beat. This is the most fun. This is my favorite part of our event every year, where you get to meet the cool vendors we have here for you. I'm going to call your name, and I'm going to ask you to come up and let people know who you are and where they can find you in the vendor rental. Okay. So first up is Thrive. Thrive, okay. We'll come back to Thrive. I see Florio in the house. Florio, come on up and let them know who you are and what you do here in the state of Maryland. Yeah. Turn up the music.
Thank you, Stephanie. Hi, I'm Rita. I'm from Florio. We are a virtual reality company that creates learning experiences for individuals with needs with social communication, adaptive living, community skills, work-based skills, emotional regulation. We're constantly building out our library to cover a number of these. So the way we work is we have a VR device that fits on a learner's head, and then there's the image from there is streamed wirelessly to a coach device, usually an iPad, that where the coach can guide the learner through, say, how do you manage these particular items in the movie theater? If you're working behind the counter in the movie theater, how do you manage the items? Or how do you negotiate with your coworkers? Or how do you find the bus you need? so please come over to our table and get a demo. And thank you very much for having us here.
Thank you, Gloria. There we go. Now we got the music going. Quilla, come on and tell us what you. This is John with Quilla. Come on down.
Well, thank you, everybody. It's great to be here. I'm John Dickerson with Quillo and Life Course Connect. And have you ever had that moment when you bought a lottery ticket and you thought for a moment, what would I do with this? Had that moment? And you dream about things. A friend of mine said that's the beginning of your person-centered plan. Think about it. Life Course Connect is about three things. We help people explore what's possible through short 60-second videos. So the 1 minute is no problem, Stephanie. Then we want to excite people about what's possible. And then engage your whole team in making it happen. Person-centered planning isn't something you do once a year for 18 minutes. It's how do we engage people throughout the year. And so stop by and talk about us and learn about how you are that lottery ticket for a family, for an individual, and help them explore that beginning of something that is much more beautiful. And I need one volunteer, one brave person as we end up with. One brave person. Anybody? We got one brave person. Raise your hand. Anybody. You won't get invited. Stop by my table. I got a special gift for you, okay? Don't know who he is, but he just made $20. So thank you, guys. Explore, engage, and excite. Thank you.
A reminder how we powering up, making connections. A whole lot of other hands should have gone up. Our next up is Improve on Health. Come on down. You can turn up the music a little bit more. There we go.
Hey everybody, I'm Justin Amoyle. I'm the CEO and founder of Improve on Health. We support people with intellectual and developmental disabilities as well as the teams that support them. We basically try to help individuals attain independence, maintain independence, and motivate independence for themselves through gamification. Our main focus in the workflows that we assist with are individuals self-administering their own medications and the teams that support them being able to administer medications more efficiently in a regulatory compliant fashion. We work with all the standard medication packaging systems. Any pharmacy in Maryland would work with Improve on. We're partners with them. And we'd love for you to come by our booth, learn more about what we're doing. Like I said, we're focused on supporting the provider as well as the individual at the same time. We have a role-based platform that works with each person on the team, including the individual, including their loved ones, including the pharmacy, as well as the provider. So thank you, everybody. Very excited to see you at our booth.
Very good. We're going to hear from our next vendor later. So Station MD, hold on. You're going to get the whole afternoon. Hello, it's me. Come on down.
Hello, it's me. I am Kevin Drubheller. I am one of the co-founders of Hello, It's Me. And if you have not heard of us, we are a relationship app. And the relationship app has multiple components to it. The first component are interactive stories that the person with a disability can go through and learn by example. All these stories were written by Dr. Karen Harvey. I know everybody knows Dr. Karen Harvey. Additionally, we have relationship coaches. We have trained relationship coaches throughout the country. So individuals who would like to talk to somebody who may not be a parent, a friend, or a staff can reach out and have sessions with these relationship coaches about any type of relationship that they're having. We also have interactive and fun events. We have had karaoke, we have had cooking, we have partnered with the Spirit Club to offer exercises. These are all online and folks throughout the country can participate in those. And then lastly, we have your traditional swipe left, swipe right. If you want to meet somebody, we have put additional safeguards in place, and I'd be very happy to talk about those. But it is an app designed to create relationships, reduce loneliness, and create a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Reachable, come on down.
Good morning, everybody. This is a day. My name is Kate, and we are co-founders of Reachable Supports. We provide assistive technology and remote support services. After a decade of experience with persons with diverse abilities, a day tapped me to partner with her through Companions, I apologize, which is an organization that's operated in Maryland for 10 years now. Yeah. It tapped me to partner with her to branch out and sort of separate out the assistive technology and remote supports piece of the business. And so here we are today. We specialize in person-centered support. We're technology-driven, non-intrusive, all of those good, wonderful things. Security tools, safety tools, interpersonal connection, quality of life, things like that. I also wanted to bring up, someone mentioned the CSUM certification. Aday just finished that, and I actually started that certification yesterday, which was awesome because I opened my email and I didn't realize that it had started yesterday, and I was like, oh, good, more things to do. So, but I am excited about it. Anything you want to add?
Yeah. So we are excited to be able to offer both the assistive technology assessment to identify needs and to identify solutions, technology-based solutions for those needs. A few of the vendors here we have partnered with, working on Station MD, we are partnered with Grant Care. So to have a hub or of available technology that we can potentially recommend on those technology assessments with a focus towards finding technology-based solutions for needs. Maryland is a technology-first state, so starting to shift that direction as we're looking at PCPs, we're looking at assessments to identify, is there a technology out there that can solve this, that can meet this need? So that's one aspect, and then we're also providing the remote support to support all of those smart technology within the home, to support independence within the home, and that includes kitchen safety, health, personal emergency situations, automated medication dispensers, on the side of just overall being able to support people remotely for those passive moments when we tend to always put DSPs. If it's a passive situation where the DSP is not having to do something actively, if technology can solve that problem, then we want to be able to put that in place for those of our participants who are looking to work towards greater independence. Thank you.
Thrive. Come on down. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Zamora Olin. I am the founder of Thrive with Artie, a life skills learning app for teens and adults with autism. This is our third year here,
Yeah.
so I'm excited to be back and eager to continue to support. So Thrive with Artie provides life skills, social skills, and executive functioning support. So we have interactive courses, learning simulations, and some games to just help to continuously build those skills. So our goal is to help individuals, particularly with autism, to build those sustainable skills so that they can go on and have an independent life or whatever that looks like for them. So you don't have to have autism to use the app. Anyone can use it, and I'm a little nervous up here, so my voice is kind of shaking. Y'all.
You with family.
Y'all changed on me. Y'all was so welcoming when I first came up, but okay, but it's okay. Y'all come to the table, you'll see a different version of me. What I don't have all that eyes staring at me. So, but we just launched a beta version of our app in April. So we did about 2 years of market research where we really took our time to figure out what the needs were. And so we have about 1,000 users now. So as we continue to grow, we're learning from the population what those needs are. So please come by. Let me know what your needs are and how you are supporting the population and how we can continue to build an app to support you all. That's it.
Thank you.
Oh, and the app is free to use. I always like to mention that it is free to use. We are self-funded, so please take advantage of this opportunity.
Thank you. I see right here. Come right here. Come on down. Thank you for joining us. A music lesson. That's okay.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Darren Gladstone from right here. We are an assistive technology solution which basically helps organizations, businesses make their locations, their venues more accessible for people who are blind and visually impaired. And if you walk around buildings such as this, sometimes you find braille signage. They're everywhere. The reality is that over 90% of people who are blind and visually impaired cannot read braille. So think of us as the modern equivalent of braille signage. A user enters a building, they get talking signage through an app on their phone. That gives them information of where they are, what's around them, and how to independently move within the building. We work in 2,500 locations globally, state parks in Virginia, University of Alaska, bars and restaurants in DC. We're all over the States, so we're right here. Come and find me right there in the exhibition hall.
Thank you. Bravo, come on down. There you go. I didn't see you.
Good morning. I'm Travis Ray from Brava. We are the world's first smart countertop oven that cooks with infrared light. So it's got thousands and thousands of fully automated recipe programs that shut off when it's done. We actually launched in about 2018 with the goal of trying to help home cooks cook faster and with more convenience than ever before. But it turned out that a lot of the features that we built into Brava that we thought were cool, like a camera or the fact that it stays cool to the touch on the outside, turned out to be really revolutionary for assistive technology users. So about a year, 18 months ago, we started doing a lot of assistive technology sales in the state of Massachusetts. And since then, we've really kind of shifted our mission, actually. Now, we've dedicated all of our software development resources to making Brava more accessible for everybody. So right now, it already is, so we're serving people with intellectual and developmental disabilities, but we've partnered with the Lighthouse in San Francisco to help us on a new update that's going to come out in about a month that will allow users to set up the cook entirely from their mobile phone on the app, but it will have voiceover and talkback technology integrated so that the blind and low vision will be able to cook in a way that they've never been able to before. So please stop by the booth and come check it out, and we'll show you a demo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I believe there are one of those examples at our MTAP has one in their library. Spirit Club, come on down.
It's kind of embarrassing. I was waiting for my pump-up music, and hey everybody, my name is Jared. I am the founder of Spirit Club. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. It's great to see a lot of familiar faces. At Spirit Club, we focus on universally designed fitness programs. So we make exercise classes both in person and virtually that are designed to be accessible and supportive for everybody. They brought me here today to lead a 1-hour high-intensity fitness class for you right now, so I hope we're ready to go. Just kidding. Maybe next time. We got started about 12 years ago. I was fortunate to be hired by Tim Weens at Jubilee. This is dating ourselves back when Tim was at Jubilee. And we started teaching exercise classes for everybody over at Jubilee, which was an amazing experience. And we slowly started expanding and connecting with other amazing service providers, many of whom are here. And we are really excited to be able to share our programs. Our trainers are made up of people both with and without disabilities. Our virtual programming, which was a nice silver lining from COVID, allows us to offer our classes for people anywhere in any location. So we partner with organizations and create, we have about 700 on-demand videos, including yoga and fitness and Zumba and boxing and meditation and healthy cooking. We also offer live classes on Zoom that people can join. And we partner with about 200 organizations nationwide to share access to those virtual classes. And we were also born here in Maryland. So we have a gym in Kensington, in Columbia, opening locations in Baltimore and DC. And so even though we're here to focus on the virtual aspect, which we're always happy to share with you, this is also a great opportunity for us because we are also local to this area. So if anybody's looking for that in-person, exercise classes, personal training sessions for the people who you serve or your staff members, we are very happy to share that with you. So thank you so much for, oh, sorry, do you have a question?
I'm sorry, where are you guys physically located?
So our headquarter gym is in Kensington in Montgomery County, and then we opened up another gym in Columbia a couple years ago, and we have space in DC, Gaithersburg, and Baltimore as well, where we teach classes. And we're always looking to grow. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Game U, come on down.
Hello everybody, my name is Brad Cohen. I am one of the owners of a service named Game U. At Game U, we teach students of all ages and abilities how to make, not play, how to make their own video games. This includes topics like 3D modeling, coding, animation, graphic design. We even offer classes in creative writing. So we have a staff of about 200 professional game developers, all who are trained in special education, who currently work with over 2,000 students with autism and other intellectual and physical disabilities. It's a one-to-one program, so we can cater our curriculum and the learning style to each individual. So feel free, please stop by our booth. We have a slideshow showing all the amazing creations that our students have made through the years. And I look forward to meeting everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Handy Pro. Is Handy Pro here? There you go.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Ali Soltani from Handy Pro. We do home modification for those with any kind of limited mobility. We have different sections. Obviously, the biggest portion of our work is home modifications, which we do anything from doing remodeling a home for someone with limited mobility or someone that want aging in place. And also we have a technology side that we incorporate all the technologies in our modifications, such as we have voice activated door openers, for example. We can put sensors all around the house for someone, if a fall occurs, so the sensors will pick up and alert someone that it's on that list, for example, the mother or, the daughter or the son of that person. So there are a lot of technologies that we embedded in our work, and if it's tailored to the person, so since we are a service provider, so we're not a single item to provide, but we have a very, very large variety of things, and we'll go to the people's home and tailor it to them. We are all certified to understand people with disability. We also have occupational therapists on our staff, and we offer a consultation for free, so there's nothing going to cost anybody to go and consult with them. We started this about 11 years ago because I personally thought it's a very dark road for someone, especially suddenly get into the disability world, so they don't know where to turn, where to get help, and where to find qualified people or contractors to help them, because we've seen a lot of people that get ripped off, or other regular contractors did some work for them which was not designed very well. So we created a space so people can come to us, and we become a resource for them. So I'm very glad to be here. This is our first year to be here, and I'm very glad to see a lot of new technology stuff, because we can work with all of you guys and hopefully help our community to be safer and then have access to what other people have access to. Thanks so much.
We have some a little extra time. So Station MD, if you want to come and just give a quick, because you're going to present tonight now. We could wait till this afternoon, because you're doing, and Vista Supports.
I need my pump-up music. Yeah. Thanks, Steph. Hi, we are Vista Supports. We are an enabling technology, assistive technology, and remote support provider. That sounds like a lot. Basically, we assess you in person, do a very person-centered assessment, create an enabling technology environment, and then from there, we're able to remotely support you. One of the key things about us is that we exclusively integrate radar touchless technology that allows us to monitor your breathing, your respirations, heart rates, and all the up, down, fall, all of that while you're sleeping or in your bed, to fill those gaps you may have or to create space for independence instead of having to place a DSP in a location that the person's doing perfectly fine. You just want to know if they're still alive, right? So we're able to integrate that and then remotely support you off-site and give you that independence. Our remote support is both passive and in live mode. So we can escort you out in the community. If you need to travel train, you need to go to your doctor, you need to cook a pizza, you need to use that Brava stove, whatever it is, that we're able to support you remotely to live your best life, thus creating more space for independence, or as one of the people that we support say, freedom.
Thank you. Thank you to all our vendors. How many service provider agencies do we have in here? Please raise your hand. Very good. We've heard a lot of things to connect with. There were 2 agencies that provide the assistive technology assessments that you might need, so please reach out to them. Make sure you reach out to all our vendors. So please make these connections today and get to know each other. They need you and you need them, and we need all of you. So thank you all to all the vendors. Can we do are we ready for our videos? Oh, I did, yeah. Marlena mentioned this. Oh, you come at the end because you're on the second part. You're in this afternoon because you're, yeah, I got you. Okay, so this is what our Deputy Secretary talked about with our increase in assistive technology services. You can see where we started, 200 people, and we're up to 400 and something, which is an increase. I had it in my notes that I skipped. So, which is an increase of, for assistive technology of 68%. Thank you. Next slide. These are the vendors that we just heard from. And next we have a video presentation. While these video presentations are going on, can I ask the first panel to come up? So Beth and Precious and Stephen, if he's here.
In 1992, at the age of 16, I was diagnosed with a genetic eye condition called retinitis pigmentosa. I was told at that time that I would eventually lose my vision, and by the time I was at the age of 22, my vision is what it is today, which is the ability to see light and shadows. In that time, technology was just starting to evolve further disabled. Now with assistive technology, it allows me to interact with my coworkers. I have a desktop with a screen reader on it. It's called Job Access with Speech, or JAWS for short. It reads everything on the screen. I can do almost anything somebody's site can do on a computer. I also have a Braille note device. It's a Braille display, which is basically a tablet for the blind, and it talks and it has a screen where Braille comes across it. And I use that For like if I'm doing speaking events, I have all my notes there, it's in front of me, I can read it, or I can have it talking. I have a pair of Orcam glasses that read things to me.
Skip 9 lines of unreadable text. Throw them. IFB, Riot, Maryland Accessible Telecommunications Evaluators.
I assist people with assistive technology in multiple ways. One is I'm a part of the Assistive Technology Board, which is a Maryland state program, and I am the DDA representative on that board. And what we do is we review loans for assistive technology, adaptive vehicles, and we do that based on the people's information. Another way is I do things of speaking about technology and showing them technology and how it empowers me, and hopefully it can inspire them to maybe look at devices that could help them. And then I'm always looking at new stuff and seeing what's out there so I can keep up to date, not just for myself, but for others.
The assistive technology she has made her very independent to the point that many of us never think about her having a visual impairment. I am able, because she has software, to simply I am her when I need her. I am able to send her an email and it's sent back quickly. And if I have a document that she needs to review for a meeting or reference back to, I can send it to her and she's able to print it out on a braille printer. And so there's no additional thought I have to give. She's just another staff member. Her disability also helps her be very empathetic to individuals and families. And to be able to do that has been a huge resource. We get many compliments on Jess because of her huge empathy skills and her ability to help people find their own voice.
There is a wide range out there now, especially with the assistive devices with iPads and iPhones, Android devices with the cameras. There's so much out there. And the one thing I would say to somebody who is just losing their sight or has a disability, your disability does not define you. Who you are as a person defines you. And yes, you're going to have challenges, but there's always a way to adapt and to overcome it. Sometimes you just got to think outside the box. And you're not going to do things as somebody else, but you're going to do it the way you need to do it so you can accomplish it. And it doesn't matter what you use, what devices you use, it's that at the end of the day you accomplish it.
Called dystrophic dysplasia, and my son also has dwarfism and he's on the autism spectrum disorder. Assistive technology helps my son and I live independently with no one in the home. My home, the blinds are controlled by technology, the doors, the cameras, the lights, even the cat litter. As soon as you walk into my door, I have a smart lock, and it's nice that I can unlock it from my car if I want to, or at the keypad at the door. In my kitchen, I have a smart stove, as in it's protected so my son can't burn himself accidentally. And it just helps us, live independently, cook our meals, be safe. Even the stair lifts are smarter now. And now they have sensors, so if my son leaves a toy or the kitty cat is passing by, it will stop. It won't just run them over. As you can see, there's no levers or nothing like that in this shower. It's all a touch screen. It has buttons. There's 2 presets. What I love about it is my son can turn on the water, and I don't even have to worry about him burning himself or nothing like that. And I bought a Pacifica Touring Out Limited. Wow. Now I'm really going to space. The thing is amazing. The technology, the lane changes, the braking, the cameras are inside the car. So now I can look, say my character showing me the camera, and I can see what my son is doing in the back. And I think about my son, and I think, you know, he does have a future because he has an iPad that talks for him. He has an iPad that can control the whole house. He learned now with a new lock that even in 5 years this didn't exist, thumbprint locks. So he doesn't even have to remember a code. And he could go in and out and then he could play in the backyard, and it makes me feel amazing to know that my son will be functional and be able to live on his own and do things. What I tell to a new parent is, you are your #1 advocate, and even if you think the world is ending and all that, God bless that we're in America and have services and help and all that, and just take a step back and reflect and be like, you know what, we're gonna do it. A good resource is the Developmental Disabilities Administration, DDA.
Thank you so much. So next, we are powering up with our informational part. And our first panel here is going to talk about remote supports. So first we have Precious Myers-Brown, the Chief Innovation and Dream Officer at Vista Supports, LLC, is a visionary leader in human services with over 30 years of experience. Vista Supports is renowned for its commitment to integrating technology with care to enhance the lives of individuals with intellectual and developmental disabilities. Under Precious' leadership, the company has championed the tech-first approach, notably pioneering the first smart home in the District of Columbia. This landmark initiative uses technology to promote independent living, empower those with disabilities, and older adults. Precious is a certified aging in place specialist, assistive technology trained professional credentials, and she earned through her comprehensive training at CSUN, a leader in assistive technology education. Additionally, she graduated from the prestigious Chief Technology Officer program at Kellogg School of Management, where she earned her skills in digital transformation and leadership. As an active co-chair of DCDDS Tech First Committee and the leader of local and state Tech First initiatives, Precious is a driving force behind innovative solutions that bridge the gap between digital, physical, and communities. Her influence, position with the Anchor Foundation, and as Vice President of the DC Coalition Disability Services Providers further demonstrate the commitment to driving change. Precious' expertise and visionary leadership continue to shape services, landscape, and advocating for inclusivity, accessibility in every community. She firmly believes that empowering inclusion are not just part of the conversation, that they are the conversation. Welcome, Precious. The next person on our panel here we have is Beth Billiard. Beth is a senior account executive at Safe and Home, a nationwide provider of remote support services. She has over 20 years of experience in public health field, specializing in the design and delivery of mobile health and remote support services to vulnerable communities. Beth has been an integral part of launching Safe and Home initiatives, modern support services with the IDD population. Throughout the DMV, helping 400 plus families to experience life on their own terms. As a graduate from Ohio University School of Public Health, Beth has pursued her professional and personal interests as a certified health education specialist and an ambassador for charting the Life Course series. Beth resides in Leesburg, Virginia, with her 2 children and works throughout Maryland and Virginia to bring safe and home supports and services to individuals and families. We also have on our panel, thank you, welcome Beth. And we also have Stephen, who is a member of DD. Stephen.
You're a Safe at Home.
Yeah, he receives Safe at Home supports. And he lives here in Maryland, correct? And receives, yes, and DDA waiver services. So welcome, Stephen. And to help me moderate this discussion, we have Alan with abilities, Alan Sheehan with abilities, and I'm going to let you begin.
Okay,
Now
all right,
have
great.
your-
All right, good morning, everyone. Stephanie said my name's Alan Sheehan. I'm with Abilities Network, a direct support provider. We are completely community-based, and I'll be assisting Stephanie with some of the questions. Are we ready to kick them off? All right. You ready to be grilled?
Okay.
All right. Okay, first question.
You're talking to me, right?
No, I'm sorry, I was talking to everybody. I do have a few questions for you, though.
All right, so sit down, right?
Yes. Yep, you got it, and I'll let you know when we're at the questions for you.
And we can hear you, Steve. We can see the microphone. You can use that microphone right there. When it's your turn.
Okay.
I think it might be on.
I think
We
it's
can just,
on.
yeah, if we just sit here and then
sounds
they can
good.
hear us. So we'll just, yep, that's good. You want to hold it?
All right, so the first question for Precious.
Oh.
Yes, you're up first.
Okay.
How would you define remote supports?
How would I define remote support? So remote supports is the ability to offer a traditional service in a non-traditional way, utilizing technology to create what we call an enabling technology environment that is supportive of all of your needs, using the latest and the greatest technology, also the old technology too, to be able to give someone the opportunity to have more independence while still receiving the level of support that they need when they need it. How about that?
It's pretty good. All right. Beth, same question for you. How would you define remote supports?
I'm going to be really simple and say it's supporting individuals remotely. There you go.
Fair enough. Okay.
Right?
It's
Simple
true.
as that.
All right. Thank you, Beth.
Yep.
Stephen, a question for you.
Yes,
Why
sir.
did you choose remote supports for yourself?
So I can talk to people, make new friends, and gain independence.
Okay. All right. Excellent. Thank you. Precious, we're back to you.
Okay.
What steps are involved in developing a personalized support plan that incorporates remote support technologies?
Well, the first step is I have to meet you where you are. I have to get to know you. I have to see what your needs are, see you in your environment, hear what your dreams are. I am the Chief Innovation and Dream Officer, so I always say I have to hear the dream first. And when I hear the dream, now I start to incorporate where we can place technology to help support that dream. The whole goal is for me to back off of you and have staff back off of you so that you can live more independently. Not saying that you would never need help. I don't know anybody in this room that doesn't need help with something. So we're not saying that, and we're not trying to leave you alone. What we're trying to do is give you space to learn. I always like to use the example of someone that we were supporting who had been institutionalized, had had a long-term life of being supported constantly. And one day she just said, you know, I was talking to her about living independently or being able to do something independently, and she said, since the institution, I have never had a single moment by myself. And so I was like, oh my God, because if you around me 24/7, I'm gonna have a lot of behaviors. And I don't want you to be in my face, but just the fact that someone never had the opportunity to live independently, and that means something different for each one of us. So when I'm meeting where you are, I'm assessing those needs and the dreams behind the dream. How can I talk to you about independence if you've never had a low moment a day? You don't even know what I'm talking about. So helping someone to learn how to control their TV and not have to ask and wait for somebody to get around and turn the TV for them. Or trying to figure out what stations I like, only to end up so frustrated. I wind up watching a whole 3 hours of TV that I don't even like. To give someone that opportunity that helps to create the environment and start to address needs. Now, it doesn't end there. You are constantly evolving. You're constantly reassessing. You're constantly looking at what works, what doesn't work. Where do we miss it?
so that we're constantly supplying that ability to remote support. Once that's in place, the remote support team are trained on and can monitor, support, respond to, initiate, contact in a similar traditional way, but not so invasive in their face.
Thank you. Beth,
Yes.
question for you. What are the key factors to consider when implementing remote supports in a residential setting?
So there's a lot of different things that we need to consider depending on the environment. So we are Safe and Home is a DDA licensed provider here in Maryland. So we are licensed under the Community Pathways waiver, meaning that we are fully supported, fully billable under that waiver. So we need to make sure that individuals do have those gaps in service with in-person support, meaning that with full residential, we are not going to support somebody with remote supports when they have 24-hour in-person support. So it has to be an appropriate service for somebody. So that's something that we're going to identify, right away. Make sure that it is an appropriate support, and that there's no kind of like double billing or anything like that. So that's something that we're going to measure with the team and make sure that it is appropriate. At the same time, we're very flexible in working with the team and with the individual to see how that we can work in remote supports. And is this something that is wanted and needed, currently or in the future? And how can we, possibly make that something that they can have in their lives? So, it really depends. With 24 residential care, remote supports is not something that, that's really going to work with that model. But, we're willing to kind of work with the team to make that possible.
Great, thank you. Building on that, so you have residential services, you have remote supports. How do you usually engage direct support staff in that process? What does that look like?
I get along with my staff, and we do stuff together, and he always takes care of me and looks out for each other.
Excellent, great. I'm glad. So it sounds like your staff, Stephen, are working well with you with remote supports.
That is true.
Great.
And to add, I think, when Stephen, when we were investigating remote supports, we met with his team at Seek, and we all met together and did a consult and kind of worked out how would that work with his day program hours and with his in-person supports and with his job supports, and how were we going to kind of fold in remote support hours to, work with his day and with the billing and with his time, and how did Stephen want that to look? How did he want his day to look? Would you agree?
I do agree, yes.
Do you kind of remember that meeting when we first all got together and what that looks like?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so I guess we take a team approach to answer your question, as far as involving any other kinds of team members or other living situations like supported living or other situations. We really like to take a team approach to make sure that it's working for everyone and the individual.
100%.
Great, thank you. Precious, same question for you.
So when we're engaging someone in their life, we look at it from a holistic perspective. So some people have hybrid models. Some people start off as 24/7 in-person support, and we do a titration plan, so to speak, where we start to introduce the remote supports, engaging the staff that are on site to eventually get everyone comfortable so that we can start to pull back and give them a different level of care than just 24/7. So it's not just if somebody is in 24/7 care that they cannot participate, but you want to engage them so that they can start to learn what it means to pull back. And you are engaging the staff at the same time. So they're learning, where do I need to intervene and where don't I need to intervene? So if we're putting someone helping them control the temperature in their home, or to control the TV, to change the channel. Normally, a staff person would say, "Oh, I got it. At 4 o'clock, she likes to watch Wheel of Fortune." We say, "No, hold up," because after we've trained the person on how to use that technology to change, we say, "Hold up, you stand back, and now let that person start engaging." When they start using the technology to figure out their channels that they like, we find out that they really don't even want to watch Wheel of Fortune at 4 o'clock. There's a whole nother station that they want to watch.
Or Stranger Things.
Exactly. So, Steve said the same thing. So you're engaging the staff to learn where their skills are needed and where their skills need to be more supportive. And they're learning at the same time that the folks that we're supporting are learning. At the same time, the remote support staff are learning as well. When we do community engagement, like travel training, the staff person my mom did this, and this is way before remote support came about. When I wanted to walk to school by myself, she said, "Yeah, you could go," but she was hiding in the bushes. She didn't know that I could see her sneaking and running behind a bush. Because she was watching and see if I was going to look both ways. She was providing that barrier of security and safety that she felt I needed at the time. Well, now bringing that fast forward into today, while we're providing remote supports, meaning we're FaceTiming, they have an earbud in their ear, they don't look like anybody different that's walking down the street talking to their phones. And our remote support staff are the ones talking to them. But meanwhile, the backup security to that, you're gaining the confidence of the DSPs that are working hybrid to run and do like my mom did in the bush. So they are far back, they can't be seen, but if something were to happen, disconnection or whatever, that in that moment of training, that both can engage, the remote support staff and the DSP on duty. So you're gaining the confidence of the DSP on duty as well as the remote support staff and the person being supported with the "I can do it." So when you are engaging staff, it's important that they buy in, but they buy in by touching, feeling, engaging, touching, engaging in the same training. They build the same confidence, and then they know that this person can do this thing, and I'm going to redirect my passion and my skill set to other areas, maybe showering. We haven't gotten to robotic showering yet. I know it's there, but we don't have it yet. Nor is Medicaid paying for it yet. Until that time, let me put it out there to the stakeholders. Until that time, they may be needed to provide showering support in the bathroom. That is where your skill is needed. It's not needed to do this because the person is able to use technology to do that. So collectively, holistically, and together, that's how you engage it.
Right.
Thank you. Thank you for that vote of confidence.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Precious. Stephen, the question for you. What do you like most about receiving support remotely?
A lot of things. I get to do things on my own, walk around the community, go travel places, go out with my friends, go on dates, and I can go play basketball, go to PCE, Main Street, Best Buddies, Special Olympics, all the things.
Fantastic. Sounds like you can do what you want.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
Sure.
All right. Fantastic. Thank you, Stephen. This is a question for Beth, and then I'd like you to answer it as well. Precious, what is the startup cost for providers to begin providing remote supports?
I can speak for Safe and Home Services. There's no startup cost as far as, an out-of-pocket cost for providers because it is covered through the Community Pathways waiver. So the equipment that we use is covered under the hourly rates. And there's a budget line that's covered under $64,000 annually for this waiver. So all of the equipment that we might need to use, any kind of technology, services or the technicians that are safe at home full-time staff that come in and do the training, the installation, any kind of maintenance work. That's all included. So it is, out of no cost to any provider to start remote support services or to keep them, ongoing. So that's a nice add-on support for your folks that you work with.
All right, thanks, Beth. Precious?
Yeah, so same as Beth. However, if you are a multi-state provider as well, you know that different agencies incorporate enabling technology or assistive technology in different ways, but it's all covered in the assistive technology waiver or their counterpart. So getting started is not, you just need to get an approval and an authorization. Getting started won't cost anything out of the pocket. We also support other agencies who want to do it but may not have the wherewithal to get it. You have the ability to provide the service, but you don't have the infrastructure to do it. So in that same sense, you could get started. You don't have to stop. The one thing that I don't want you to pause on is like, wow, this is so cool. I want to do it. I want to see more people living like Steven. But we don't have the staff to be able to do it. That's where you can network, collaborate with others, like with Safe at Home, like with Vista Supports, to be that backdrop infrastructure to you. And you can still build the same way. It's just that you would be in collaboration. The goal is to get people started, to get them engaged, to fill that gap, to bridge that digital divide, make sure that they're currently in our current community, the digital community, not just the physical community. Half of us are not even in the physical community anymore. Today is a special day. But we want to engage and help people to be inclusive in their community. So of course, it won't cost you much out of pocket. It costs you some sweat equity, because we're gonna have to do some work and change your mindsets.
Precious, does that include the transition? Because you mentioned that there are staff that you do training not only with people receiving the support, but also their staff.
Yeah.
So thinking about a transition for
That's
a provider.
all inclusive, Alan. So the thing is that just like with any other traditional service, you're not going to implement an ISP traditionally without engaging all the people that are part of the ISP, the DSPs, the family, the circle of support. That's all included. For it to be successful, you have to make sure that all of those engage. I've had a mom that lived 4 states away, but a very engaged mom, right? We get on that phone all the time, but once we were able to hook her up with another Amazon product, I know I refrain from saying her name because usually I'm in a room with her and she starts talking, that being Alexa. But when Amazon product, we gave it to mom as well. That was sweat equity, just to say. But we gave it to mom so that mom can also engage in the same kind of remote enabling technology environment as her daughter. Once she starts to see that she didn't need to call any of us. She can just drop in on her daughter and say, hey, what's going on over there? What she was doing by phone anyway. But she became more confident in the use of technology, and that helped the whole ISP process and the enabling technology plan.
Excellent. Thank you, Precious. All right, Beth, question for you. How are individual risks mitigated for those considering receiving remote supports?
Hello.
I think it's so.
Huh?
Yeah.
There we go.
So the first step that we do is we have a consultation that we do, including the whole team, an individual, where we do take, into account any of their, health concerns, the individual environment, what they need to be successful, and of course any risks that might come into play. So we do come up with a complete support plan based, completely on that individual, and it's very person-centered. So we like to think that we're very prepared, going into any kind of support for an individual before they start remote supports. In addition to that, we're available 24/7. No matter how many hours of support that individual has, our staff is there 24 hours a day, available, generally, via video call. So each person is supported with a tablet, and they can call into our support 24 hours a day. So we're always there, always available. We have available in both Arizona and California, around the clock, and there's many of them there to support. So if there is some type of risk or something that comes up, they can call into 911, emergency supports. They know how to handle all sorts of situations. We also have call trees that are available for each individual so that they can call mom, dad, neighbors, and they kind of know what kind of backup plan to put into place. So we do really think ahead, like 10 steps ahead for each individual, and have a plan in place.
Great, thank you, Beth. Precious, I saw you nodding along. Same for you?
Yeah, pretty much the same. What you want to do is in your risk assessment planning process, you are looking at the areas where, without technology, where would be a gap, and then try to make sure that you have something to fill in that gap. That's why having the hybrid system backup, emergency plans, family members who can respond, if it's an agency, other DSP that are close by that can respond to any gaps or any time there's an issue. We set up a full backup battery and a backup battery to the backup battery for when you have your outages and things of that nature. And also respecting the fact that somebody has been doing this service for so long, and if they are out of power, then they're perfectly fine for 4 hours without somebody running to them, and identifying when is the point that you need to intervene. It's not just because the technology went out that they can't do, they've been doing. So acknowledging that growth and then implementing it along the way. That is not a one and done process, risk assessment. You're constantly evolving. You can put everything in place, plan the best plan, write the whole best plan, and then day one, something happens. You learn from as you grow, the same way we did in traditional services.
Agreed.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you, Precious. Stephen, question for you. What are some of the benefits for someone considering receiving remote supports?
They do a lot. My staff name Jenny gave me a Michael Jordan jersey, and my other staff name Kenneth gave me some polo shirts. I got a lot of cool stuff from my staff.
That's fantastic. So, follow-up question for you, Stephen.
Yeah.
If somebody said, hey, Stephen, should I consider remote supports? Why should I consider them? What would you tell them?
I'll say it's a good agency because they care about me, and they look out for me, and they do a lot.
And you can do a lot on your own, from what I hear.
Can.
Yeah, that's right. All right. Do you have something else to add?
I was just saying, one day I plan to live on my own without any independence.
Do you feel like you're getting there with remote supports?
Yes, I am.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Stephen. All right, Beth, back to you. Describe the process of transitioning from traditional services to remote supports.
Well, the first thing to do would be to let your CCS or any provider know that you're interested in services. Contact your case manager and let them know that remote supports might be of interest. The next thing that we do is our agency, we do a full, like I mentioned, we do a full consult with the team. So it's very important to us that we are including the individual, those that are important to them, the entire family, that they want included, and whatever providers that they're currently working with, so that we can really have a good idea of what their day encompasses, so that we know how to incorporate remote supports. That's kind of where we start, and then from there we develop a proposal, and then that proposal we have the whole family kind of look over and make sure that we've included everything, the technology that's going to work alongside with the remote support hours to really get their everyone's input and develop that plan. And then that is what we provide to CCS, and then they are the ones that get that turned into Medicaid. And then when we have our approval, we start services pretty quickly. We do all of our installation with our safe and home technicians. We do all the training and the maintenance and provide services as quickly as possible, because a lot of times it is really filling in those gap services, those times that maybe an in-person provider can't be there. So we like to get moving pretty quickly for individuals and make sure that they're covered quickly.
Thank you so much, Beth. And I think you touched on this just a little bit, but I kind of want to put both of you all in your experience, delve in a little bit more. How do you kind of support a case manager in fully understanding remote supports and getting it into the service plan, or here we call it PCP, I think DC calls it ISP, but you know what I'm talking about.
Service plan.
Service plan, to reflect what needs to go.
Well, this is not for all case managers, but some case managers are born with this idea and they are loving it. They are right on board. And I applaud them, I appreciate them, I adopt them into talking to their peers and coming around and helping support them. However, for those who are not as tech savvy or tech first-ish, kind of, it goes back to traditional. Who remembers hand over hand and ready to go? Then I hand over hand them. They're like, come on, we're coming over. You're coming over to the house. You're coming with me. I need you to come right now. Come with me. Oh, let's do this. Sometimes they come in my office and I trick them into playing with a piece of technology and engaging. I sit them down. I put the Xander device, the touchless radar, I put it on them and then start showing them. I engage them that way. So I'm trying to find some way. I'm a fisherman. I'm trying to find some way to hook them so I can reel them in. It's little by little. Nobody's just going to wake up one morning and just like, oh, I'm all tech savvy if they never did that before. You have case managers still walking around, got the suitcase in the trunk with the papers. And I can't knock that. But if that's where they are, the same way, I'm going to meet them where they are to help bring them along. And then I'm going to almost dictate what needs to be in that ISP. Oh no, they have a shaker bag because we're going to replace that with the staff that's supposed to run in there and shake them awake. Write that instead of the staff doing it. Staff will be in the backup plan. Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh no, they have the door opener, the open sesame. Put that as opposed to staff will see who's at the door. And like, oh, I didn't realize it goes there. So you have to coach them along the way, and at the same time, you're teaching them along the way. Eventually, they will come on board.
Very good. Thank you. What are some limitations for both of you all of remote supports that you have found, if any? Are there, Beth?
I think that there's the limitations of just the initial trust that some people might have, different family members of individuals that are maybe starting to explore some technology and remote support, some privacy issues they might be concerned about, and just that first initial step they need to take and letting go a little bit. I wouldn't say it's the limitation of the actual remote support technology, but just that the limitation of kind of that initial step, and just getting used to something new. So I think once we get kind of past that newness and that push, and it's hard to have change and have something new that you're not used to when you have that traditional support that everyone's been doing with in-person support. So that's something that's kind of holding us back a little bit in the technology industry, I guess. I'd say other, limitations of remote supports, technology can be tricky once in a while, but I'd say it's a little bit more, so are people, right? We don't always have the same people showing up for work, and the in-person industry has been difficult the last few years. Many people have left, so technology's been good to us in these times as well. And having that remote support backup has been great, so.
Thank you. Can you tell us a little bit about the different types of remote support?
Me?
Yeah. Well, let me ask Stephen a question first. Stephen, what devices do you use for your remote support services?
I use a tablet.
You use a tablet, okay.
Yeah.
Very good, very good. Did you already know how to use the tablet, or did Beth's team teach you how to use?
I've been using tablet for many years to play music and listen and watch videos.
Okay. Does your tablet go with you when you leave the house sometimes?
I just keep it in my apartment.
Okay. Very good. All right. Thank you. Precious, what are the different types of remote support?
Different types of devices that are in the enabling technology environment that allows us to do remote support.
There you go.
Yeah, okay. Okay, because the remote support is going to happen, but who's talking to the remote support? Well, you could have a series of devices depending on the assessed needs. So some types of devices may be sensors, maybe bed sensors, maybe motion sensors, presence sensors, door sensors, mat sensors. You stayed on the bathroom mat way too long than you normally do, that may indicate that you need some help. Light sensors that tell me that you fell and gives me a stick figure diagram of where you are in the house so I can deploy help. It could be cooking safety, fire safety devices that are over stoves to extinguish fires just in case. Not all of us are great cooks. This is even for the staff. Some devices for bedside, Amazon Show. I prefer Show over Echo just because it gives the person the ability to, if they wanted to have a face-to-face, they can. And that could be a limitation at remote support. And if they want to talk or cry to you or talk about a day and they want you to see their face, that allows them to do it if they don't have a smartphone. Smartphone is also in there, tablets, hub devices, many different devices, but it all depends on the assessed need. We just don't just throw a whole bunch of stuff in people's homes, but it could be based on what the need is, then you put the technology in there as the need that dictates it.
Thank you. Beth, did you have anything to add?
I don't know if you touched on this, but one thing that we've had a lot of people really like is the like video doorbells for visitor safety. That's one that we get a lot of reaction to, and also medication dispensers. Time for medication management, that's a big one that we've had a lot of strong reaction to, that people really love that, because that's one thing that staff does a lot of, is just medication checks that technology can kind of take over for. So that's just a couple more add-ons for that.
Well, just to piggyback on that, and again, it's the type of sensor to the type of need. The type of medication administration dispenser device to the type of medication and the way the person can take their meds. So there's no one size fits all. It cannot. It doesn't work. It doesn't work for any of us. Each of us may have an iPhone and you all use it differently. So it's assessing the need and then making sure to match that need to the appropriate technology that will help that person get to the level of independence or address a gap.
Thank you. Two more questions I've got for you. So, what, in your experience, has been families expressed concerns about remote supports that you've worked through, and how you worked through those?
I think I already touched on this a little bit, but privacy is usually the number one thing that is usually brought up. First thing I think when they hear remote supports is people are thinking cameras. You're going to have cameras and monitoring in the home, and that is usually just a matter of getting educated on what remote supports actually is. That it is not monitoring, it is not cameras usually, unless cameras are a need or a want for some reason. But that can usually be just simple conversation and education on what is remote supports. And a lot of times what ends up happening is that's actually what parents and individuals really love about remote supports, is the privacy nature of what it can give them, is privacy in their lives. So that's something that we found too.
Did you want to say something, Steve?
You want to say something?
I was going to say that If you own your own, people need their space.
Amen,
Amen.
Stephen. I definitely agree with that. Did you want to add anything, Precious?
I just want to say for families, it could be different from, what people being supported. Like Stephen just said, if they're alone, they need their space. Family members are always concerned about loneliness. Privacy too, but they'll be all by themselves. But meanwhile, if you've ever provided remote support to anybody, the family member is worried if the person is lonely. Meanwhile, if you're talking to the person, you find out they're having a whole dance party in the house because finally they've gotten rid of you. Tell us, Stephen.
What do you mean by families?
Like families of the people that are being supported, like people's moms, people's dads, people's aunts, uncles, sisters, brothers.
Like families are more strict about like having guests over, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's that part. Did you just see that? That's exactly what I'm explaining. Yeah.
Because if you live by yourself, you can have more get-togethers, right?
Yeah. It's that part. He thoroughly explained everything that I just said.
I think that helped a lot. One last question. What resources do you offer or you know of that available to families to learn more about remote supports when making their decisions? No, Beth.
One resource is certainly our website, safeathome.com, has some wonderful videos that we've put together of real clients that we have, that we support, that give you a really wonderful view of what remote supports looks like. Has some devices in there, what it looks like to use remote supports. Obviously, CCS would have wonderful ideas, usually, about what remote supports looks like. Now, in Maryland, they don't all yet know what that is, but I think MIH has a wonderful website clearinghouse as well that talks about remote supports. And of course, the DDA, of course, right? And I think that it's just growing and growing, right? The number of remote supports agencies here in Maryland too, so there's some more. But yes, I definitely recommend our website for the videos that you can see to watch real interactions.
I think it's also important to stay available to family members to talk it through. They can, we can get YouTubed out on videos and still not understand, well, what does that mean for me? My favorite engagement, we had called my partner who's standing in the back, I call him Carlito. We had a family who were adamant, no, I don't understand what you're talking about. I don't even know you're talking some other foreign language. That's what she told me. And so Carl went over there and actually set up a remote environment in her own home for her. And then showed her what he was able to see that she couldn't see with her own eyes. And from that point forward, she got a chance to touch. I keep saying, you got to touch, feel, engage, participate in order to learn and to understand. That's human nature. So once she was able to engage and feel that out, and we just set it up temporarily for her, even though now she wants it permanently there. But, so that she could see and feel what her son would be engaging in, and she was brought in from that. And we were able to tell her some things that she didn't even know was going on, and that sold her. But again, it's each parent, each family is different, cultures are different, so you have to meet people where they are and try to engage them, as well as them having access to libraries and AT centers and things of that nature. They need to understand it.
Okay. Well, thank you all. Did you have anything you wanted to add? Closing remarks? Stephen?
No.
Anything you want us to know?
You gotta get to know people from different states and countries, because they might be nice and some people might be mean. Who knows what people are like.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much, and thank you to our panel. We look further to engaging on this subject a little later in the year or next year, or
Right.
through webinars and other
Great
things.
job. Thank
Everybody, we appreciate you if you would head towards your left there as we
Thank you
get
so
ready.
much.
Thank you so much for engaging, and it was a pleasure. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up our second panel. If Betsy Hines, Jessica Stein, and Sasha Punyas. We practiced her name, so the college. And Lauren. I'm gonna sit right here, Jess. Right there. Come on. So as we're talking about being as independent as possible and powering up through technology, this panel is comprised of people, and we're going to talk a little bit about living independent. As you saw the videos of two of our panelists here and how they use technology to work and live alone. So first we have Betsy Hines, Elizabeth Hines. Betsy Hines has been an assistive technology program manager for Accessible Resources and Independence, ARI, since 2016. ARI is a center for independent living that services Anne Arundel County and Howard County. In the role, she provides information, referral, and consumers requesting information regarding assistive technology, home and vehicle modification. She also manages assistive technology grant program, Howard County Reasonable Accommodation Repairs Grant, and statewide ramp loan program, and the AT Community Library. She is a board member of MDTAP Advisory Council and a member of Technology First Task Force. Bessie received a ATACP at CSUN certification. That's our third person, you guys, that could do the work. Welcome to Betsy. And we have Jessica Stein. She is DDA's Western Maryland Regional Advocacy Specialist and is part of the Technology First Initiative Task Force. Along with being the DDA representative on the Assistive Technology Program Board for most of her life, she has lived in Washington County, Maryland. Due to Jessica being severely vision impaired, she uses adaptive technology and Braille to be a productive and successful. Jessica has graduated with both the Associate's Arts degree in General Studies, along with becoming certified as a paralegal. She has assisted in starting an advocacy group and achieved 2 awards, which was Self-Advocator of the Year and successfully using technology in the workplace. No matter what Jessica is doing, she brings the same values, compassion, determination into everything that she does for people. Next, we have Sasha Punyas. Is a gregarious, influential, go-getter, advocate who happens to have a disability. She is also a mother of a boy with dwarfism and autism. She has been a staunch advocate for individuals with disabilities for decades. Her parents instilled the importance of self-advocacy and perseverance at a young age. She grew up in Miami Springs, Florida, where the family participated in many Gators of the Florida and local chapter of the Little People of America. The experience influenced her desire to not only be a self-advocate for herself, and for others. Once in Baltimore, Maryland, she participated in the advocacy program within her university neighborhood, Little People of America, serving as both president for the marvelous local chapter and the international liaison, and the Federal Employer of the Year, 24 years Currently, she spends most of her time with her son and not only advocating but going on adventures around town to the happiest place on earth, Disney World. And last but not least, we have Housing Support Specialist extraordinaire, Lauren Silverstone, who is the Director of Housing Support Specialist with Maryland Inclusive Housing Program. Thank you all for joining us. So, and if you want to add a little bit more about yourself when I get to you, let me know. So Betsy, I want to start with you. If there's anything you'd like to add about SEALS, but and that's your first question. Tell us a little bit more about what the Center for Independent Living is about and what they offer people who want to think about living on their own.
Okay, is this on?
It is.
So Centers for Independent Living are federally mandated nonprofits that assist individuals with disabilities to live their most independent lives. So we deal with any age, but we kind of focus on up to age 63, 65, and we kind of let the Department of Aging take over from there, although we do get a lot of referral back from the Departments of Aging. My cell, Accessible Resources for Independence, services Anne Arundel and Howard County. There are 7 CILs within the state covering every county in the state. So we have 5 mandated core services that each CIL has to provide. Peer support is one, information and referral is another, individual and systems advocacy, independent living skills training, and transition services for both youth and out of nursing facilities. On top of those 5, each CIL might do something in addition added to theirs, but those are the 5 that have to be covered per the federal law. Assistive technology, we offer different programs within our assistive technology programs. Each CIL has an assistive technology program. At ANRI, can talk. We do information and referral, so I spend a lot of time on the phone talking to individuals with disabilities, family members, support providers, giving them guidance on what can help make the individual more independent. We have an independent living assistive technology grant program. Each CIL gets funds from DOORS to provide grants. Most are income-based programs, but I'm not sure. There are certain guidelines with the grants. Each CIL might have a little bit of a different guidelines for it. At ARI, it is an income-based program. We provide up to $7,500 for an individual over a 2-year period to get assistive technology, home modifications, or vehicle modifications. We also have an AT community demonstration library with funds that were very generously provided to us from MDTAP. The goal of that was MDTAP has a wonderful assistive technology demonstration library at their offices in Baltimore, but they wanted to make them a little bit more accessible to people in the community, so each of the CILs was given funds so that you did not have to go to Baltimore. Ours is in Glen Burnie is where our office is. You could go to, Salisbury has one, Silver Spring, I think there's one in Prince George's County, there's one in Waldorf. So you can go to the CIL offices and see a selection of assistive technology. Most CILs have maybe one of different devices. MDTAP might have multiple from different manufacturers, say a magnifier or whatever. And so if you needed to see more, you could go, and I believe MDTAP is talking this afternoon, right?
Yes.
So I won't say too much about that. But anyway, the other thing that we have is a statewide portable ramp loan program that we manage for MDTAP. They got a grant through the Dana and Christopher Reeve Foundation, and they used it to purchase portable ramps They put them out in the sills so that community members could borrow them. They can be borrowed for up to 120 days. They are meant for someone who needs a temporary solution. Maybe they've had surgery or something has happened and they can't wait there for a period of time and they can't get into their home. Maybe they're looking for a permanent solution, and while they're waiting for the permanent solution, they borrow a temporary ramp. Or maybe you have a family member coming to visit you who is either in a wheelchair or a walker and can't do your steps. We do have to follow ADA guidelines, and unfortunately the longest portable ramp is 12 feet, so it only gets you maybe 3 steps. But anyway, it is a great program, and it is a free program.
Free is always good.
Free is always good. So that's a little bit about SILS.
Okay, thank you so much. Lauren, first tell us a little, if you want to tell us a little about yourself and a little about MIH, and then what is a housing support center and what do they do?
Good morning, my name is Lauren Silverstone. I'm the Director of Housing Support Services with Maryland Inclusive Housing. Our goal is to support DDA's mission of separating housing from services. So we do not directly own any housing, we do not directly manage any housing programs. However, we try to provide housing information and assistance and services to help connect individuals to housing programs and vouchers, and also maintain it. We do this in several ways. One, we have regional housing committees throughout the state, including Howard County, which my colleague Amna leads those. We also have an information clearinghouse, which my colleague Andy, it's his full-time job to partly keep that updated. So we are keeping updated information on our website, just not letting it sit there for years. And finally, we also provide housing support services. So we have, in addition to myself, 3 full-time community living coordinators. Their role is to meet with individuals, find out what are their housing goals, but also what are their housing barriers, which I can get to as well. So we help individuals explore eligible housing programs, help individuals apply to wait lists, and then once they do have housing, we want to help them maintain it. So if there are any barriers to maintaining their tenancy, such as oftentimes there's communication barriers with the landlord, helping be a liaison and a go-between between the tenant and the landlord to ensure that that individual is able to maintain their home.
Thank you so much. And I just want to say, unfortunately, our partners with DHCD were unable to join us today, but we will catch up with them via webinar in the near future. So next we have, I'm going to go to Sasha. Sasha, if you want to tell us anything additional about yourself and talk with us about your experience living and working in Maryland, being that you're not a natural Marylander, but you've been here long enough. I've been here 4 years, and so, yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me first start by thanking everyone for this program, all the volunteers, all the workers, making it more accessible this year. This is very important. Everyone needs to know everything that's available, and it doesn't matter if you're tall, you're short, you're mute, you're vocal, you make your noises, you spin, you clap. There's something here for everyone. And you are your #1 advocate, I can't say it enough. And like I said, I thank you so much. I do come from Miami Springs, Florida, where things are very, very different. You don't get as much help, support, and what have you as you do in the state of Maryland. I'm so grateful that I moved up here. You know, it was one of those few things. I came from surgery, went to college, got a job, and I'm here 30 years later. So, yeah, I thank you for everything you do and giving everyone the opportunity to learn and share stories and see, you know what, there is a lot you can do. You might not think it, but you can.
Thank you. Jessica, tell us a little, if you want to add anything to yourself, and tell us a little bit about your journey to deciding to live in your own place this year.
Well, I'm blind, and I use a lot of assistive technology, not just in my workplace, what you saw in the video, but I also use it at home. And one of the big things I use at home, which everybody has mentioned, and thank goodness she's not here because she'll start talking, is Alexa. She can be annoying. Alexa is hooked up to several smart plugs in my home to where I can just say her name and tell her to turn something on. She is connected to my heater, my television, microwave, and she's okay resource. She's a great. I would recommend anybody to get one. It allows you to be very independent. My decision to live on my own, I live on my parents' property in my own place, and that was sitting down with my mom and dad and talking about what I could afford, what I couldn't afford, how we were going to do this, what types of programs were available, just all those types of things. Safety, how am I going to do cooking, I use a microwave, I have a toaster oven with braille tactile markings, and I can't wait to see the Bravo oven. Really excited about that one. But yes, those are the kinds of devices I use, plus my Orcam glasses, which I have on. They read packages to me, so I know how long do I put this in the microwave. I have a color identifier that helps me identify colors, so I know what outfits I'm putting together. So that those kinds of things. Plus, I have a lot of apps on my phone that do some of the same stuff.
Very good. Thank you, Jessica. Back to you, Betsy. When someone comes to SILS and considering moving out, what is the process, or what do you recommend?
So first of all, I'd like to commend Jessica and her parents for sitting down and having a conversation, because that's kind of what I do all day long when people call. Not just about moving out, but just what their needs are to help them. Because so many people really have no clue, and so I ask a lot of questions about people. I ask, what their disability is. Sometimes it's more than one. How they go through their day, what they have trouble with. I mean, I think the first thing that I would suggest to somebody is that you sit down and you write a list. And if you've been living with your parents, if you've been living in a group home, whatever, with a roommate, whatever your living situation has been, what have they helped you with? What have you not been able to do independently and they've helped you with? And then just kind of sit down and look at different assistive technology that is available. I could talk all day long about assistive technology that is available to help people. I mean, from the littlest low-tech to high-tech stuff that is available. Some things are very simple. MD TAP has a 3D printing lab, which I'm sure they're going to talk about this afternoon. But they are providing doorknob covers to turn around doorknob into a handle doorknob to make it easier for somebody. Zipper pulls, just a little thing that they are creating on a 3D printer that is free. So just to get a feel for what needs are, for what struggles are, and then to come up with solutions to be able to help. Jessica has some great strategies and great solutions to help her live independently. There are a lot of resources within the state of Maryland, depending on what the disability is. A lot of assistive technology crosses disabilities. A lot of things for vision impairment also work really well for people with mobility issues. I'm a huge fan of Alexa. Particularly the show, particularly if somebody's living alone, because you do have that drop-in feature that allows family or friends to drop in on you if they can't get a hold of you. It allows you to be able to talk to somebody without having to do anything to answer it. You just start talking. There are a lot of partner organizations that can provide some of the devices. The Maryland Accessible Telecommunication Program has a vendor table in the vendor room. There are a lot of devices that they offer now through the program, particularly Jessica mentioned her, do you use an iPhone? Yeah, so their iPhone has some pretty amazing accessibility features on it for accessibilities across the board. There are a lot of phones that have been developed just for vision impaired, blind individuals that provide voice guidance and allow you to give voice commands to use it. They also have a lot of vision-related apps on there. I have people with cognitive difficulties that I provide them, I suggest phones for vision because they do have the voice guidance, and a lot of people with cognitive difficulties have difficulty reading. They do better if they're listening to verbal. So there's just a lot of cross resources out there. IndyTap is a great resource. Your local Center for Independent Living is a great resource. If you need durable medical goods, which aren't necessarily AT, but certainly can help make you more independent. If you live in Howard County, there's the Loan Closet of Howard County. Statewide, the Department of Aging has a durable medical equipment reuse center that offers a lot of shower chairs, Hoyer lifts.
They're gonna be here this afternoon.
Okay, yeah, so I'll let them talk about that. There are a lot of resources out there. At SILS, we listen to people, we ask a lot of questions, we refer them to areas that can help them. If they need financial assistance in purchasing AT, we have a grant program. Again, NGTAP has the low interest loan program that they'll talk about. Fabulous AT out there. One of the big issues is paying for it. Affording it, so that is a huge issue that somehow needs to be addressed.
We're working on it. Thank you, Vic. Okay, Jessica, let me go to you. What kind of, were there any state agencies or anything that helped you when, to decide what technology to use and get it?
I have been affiliated with the Department of Rehab Services, or DOORS, since the late 90s, and so DOORS has been a big part of my life. They've showed me a lot of different things. I've been to the technology place in Baltimore. They've done some different types of assessments on me, so I've learned over the years what to look for. I also found a group, a company just recently, probably about 4 years ago, called Integrated Technology Group, which is located in Northern Virginia, and what they provide is technology that you get right then and there, but you get to make payments on it and there's no interest involved. I purchased my Orcam glasses through them. I have purchased a Braille embosser through them. They are very wonderful to work with. Other programs I have used, I've just found companies that will allow you to make payments because as it was already said, it's a very expensive item. And I will say that iPhones, iPads, Alexa, Google Home, all those devices are making it a little less expensive, but there's still a big issue with prices.
Thank you.
I can add on to that. So I mentioned the Maryland Accessible Telecommunication Program. They are the statewide equipment distribution program for telecommunication devices. We are very lucky in the state of Maryland because they cover 5 different disabilities. They cover hearing, hard of hearing and deaf, low vision, blind, speech, mobility, and cognitive disabilities. So if it is an income-based program, but if you receive any kind of benefit, SSI, SSDI, regular Social Security, VA benefits, SNAP benefits, any kind of benefit, you automatically qualify for the program. So you can get an iPhone with Vision apps on it. You can get an Alexa. You can get a Google Home Nest. So you can get a lot of those things for free through that program. So, I just feel like anybody with DDA services qualifies for that program, and I don't think a whole lot of people apply for it.
And they'll be here to talk a little bit more about it this afternoon. Sasha, did you use any state agencies to get any of the home equipment, or would you use to go to work, your van, all that?
So I use doors, and I think what people don't realize oftentimes, they are a great help to get better employment. A Schedule A letter can get you very far. It doesn't guarantee you a job, but it gets you in the door, which oftentimes when you look like me, you need that because you're judged automatically. So that's a very good resource. They also help me with my van, and the van you showed in the video is my older one. So I do have what I call my super Nova, which that's the one I'm like, wow, technology changes quite a bit. Obviously, DDA helps a lot with my son, and I took care of my mom. She had Parkinson's for 13 years. The Department of Aging is a great resource. And just run my big mouth, finding everything I can. It's a big resource too. Just talking.
Very good, thank you. Now, Lauren, so when you are assisting people on their housing journey, how do you recommend they begin? But also, does the team talk about what technology they may need?
So to begin, there are some general documents that pretty much all housing programs, as well as any property you apply to, will need, such as your ID, your birth certificate, and your social security card. So those are all documents I recommend having on hand. As far as your social security awards letter or SSDI letter, typically once you're called off a wait list, they do request those. However, they need to be within usually 60 days. So it may also be helpful to have an SSA or Social Security Administration.gov account. That way you just have easy access to your awards letter and can download it that day, just anytime for your verification purposes. Additionally, it's very helpful to check your credit score. We've been encountering a lot of issues where individuals, even with a rent subsidy or a voucher, are getting denied from properties simply due to credit, even though with a rent subsidy, the individual is only paying 30% of their income, so a majority of the rental portion is essentially guaranteed. But even with that, credit has been a significant barrier. We've tried to mitigate some of these issues with reasonable accommodation requests. That's not always a justification. It really depends on the reason for the credit issues. For example, one individual has significant debt because of spending that we can't justify as much as, say, an individual with maybe medical bills, or maybe an individual who's lived at home for an extended period of time, and they just haven't had the opportunity to build credit. So we are really trying to be proactive in helping folks who are really serious about starting to move, check their credit score, and overcome some of these credit barriers. Now, as far as technology, we do meet with the team, the individual, their CCS, support worker, any party individuals that they want to invite to the team. And we do mention technology. We are not, say, the technology experts, but we will make referrals and connections, such as to our colleagues at Safe and Home. If someone is moving out and it seems that that may be a benefit, we can connect them to the right people who can further complete that assessment.
Awesome, thank you. Let me go to Jessica. Because we're getting we're a little slow behind time here. What would you like to see more in the state? What would you like to see more of the community as it pertains to accessibility? How can, first, let's talk about what the state is doing well as far as accessibility, but what would you like for them to add?
Well, what Maryland is doing wonderful is having events like this, allowing people to tell their stories, to demonstrate how technology has impacted each of our lives and the programs that are available. There needs to be a little bit more outreaching in this area to make it more notable to other areas throughout the state. Some people are a little afraid of technology, they have concerns. So making that community and human connection is very important, to let people play with the technology, to see what's available, how can it benefit them. There are so many programs across the United States that it's very hard to say what should be in the state of Maryland, what shouldn't, because everybody's needs and wants are different. So it's based on what you want and what you need. I would recommend utilizing various resources and just doing your own research and finding what might work for you.
Very good. Thank you. Same question, Sasha.
I'm a bad student. What was the question?
As it pertains to accessibility, what is going well, and what would you like to see in the future as technology changes in the state of Maryland to assist with accessibility?
I think what's going well is the availability. It's easy to find almost anywhere. I'm not talking about price. I'm just saying just going out there, trying it, seeing, hey, you know what? I might be able to incorporate this to my situation. What would be better is, as Jessica said, more outreach. It's amazing how many people just do not know. They don't know. And that's why I say, yes, I'm a motor mouth. I chit-chat with everyone, and I can learn something from everyone. And if you just ask questions, and not necessarily just here at these DDA functions and stuff, anyone can offer you something that you just would never imagine. Even a kid playing on something, you're like, hey, you know what? I could incorporate that too. Mm-hmm. So ask questions, have more outreach, and I think we're pretty good.
Very good. Thank you. Because you guys kind of answered like questions and did more of my questions in one swoop. But that's okay. Let me just give you the opportunity to, if there's anything else you would like to add or mention here before we round up and head to the vendor room. You want to go, Jessica? Okay.
I know technology can be scary, but it doesn't matter your ability. You can learn technology. There's so many ways to do things. There's pictures, there's voice commands, there's where you can do speech to text. So there's all kinds of ways. Don't look at somebody and say, well, you don't have the ability or the understanding to use technology. That's not the case. And I think a lot of people discovered that during COVID, that they were really blown away about some people that they thought could not use technology or understand it. So don't look at somebody and say they can't. Look at them and say, yes, you can. How can we help you? What is available? What are your wants? What are your needs? How do you understand things? If it's through pictures, speech, whatever.
Very good, thank you. Any closing remarks?
And I'll just add on to that, you know, it used to be that, say somebody who needed a AAC device, you know, they had a big clunky thing that was very obvious. Now you can have all of that on an iPad, you can have all of that on a smartphone. So they don't look any different than what everybody else is carrying around and looking at their tablets and looking at their phones all the time. So it's really been great because, you know, you can put any app on an iPhone and just look like everybody else.
Absolutely, absolutely. You have any closing remarks? I'd like to add anything, Lauren?
Yeah, absolutely. So I do think that remote supports is very beneficial for individuals as they first move into their home. They can learn some new skills. They maybe don't need to have a direct support professional right next to them. Maybe they just want to learn a new recipe. They can have their tablet there and they can safely navigate how to do that. especially as during COVID, there was the direct support professional shortage. So this is kind of bridging the gap between those supports and also learning these independent living skills as individuals move into their own homes.
Thank you. Any closing remarks, Ash?
I do. So, technology helps us so much. Like, it's just sad. Sometimes it's inconspicuous. You don't really know you need a special device or what have you. But also, if you do need a special device, a scooter, a humongous tablet, it doesn't matter. If that helps you be independent, it doesn't matter. You have to do what's best for you and not worry about what people think of you, what have you. You are here, you can be independent and, do what's best for you, no matter what people look at you different or what have you. And I guess, same as for the person with a disability and for others. Sometimes you might have a question. Just approach the person. You never know, the person might be wanting to share with you what have you if you have a question. It's better just to ask, say hi, say something, than just to stare or make assumptions.
Thank you. I want to thank each of our guests on both panels. You're welcome. Thank you for all your wise advice and your sharing your experience. You're welcome. Oh, that's okay. We did that all night long. Let's set up. So before we break for lunch, I just have a little bit of housekeeping. If you notice on our table, we got so techy this year, y'all. We got QR codes. I want you to click on that QR code and answer that survey. At the end of the day, I'm just like so proud of us. Next year we'll do you upgrade. We might have a robot. Who knows? And then there's lunch in the back. For those who read, if you ordered something, a special type of lunch, see Donna and she'll point you to it. Also, again, the facilities are on my left and back. And we want you to please come back after lunch and after visiting the vendors, as we have a major resource part of the program where you'll get to hear from Comcast, and they got some cool new stuff. You'll get to hear from the AT Connect. You'll get to hear from the Department of Aging and their, what Betsy mentioned, MTAP, and all our state agency resources. So please come back, enjoy your lunch. Please visit the vendor room and pick up some fun gadgets. And I'll see you back in an hour. Thank you.
have one, because usually you get in there, they strip you down, put on paper scrubs, you eat some delicious sandwiches, and you're there for hours. So it is not the ideal place for anyone, and for many things, but especially for individuals that we treat, it's really traumatic. I put in here missed medications because in my many years in the ER, I've had individuals come just for a med refill because they can't reach a doctor, and so they go to the ER to get a med refill. That is not the place to go for these kind of situations. Next slide. You don't have to read this, but this is an article that came out, I think, 2002, or I can't remember exactly when, but it really says, I'm not the doctor for you. It was a random blinded study of physicians, and they were open about not feeling comfortable caring for people with IDD, largely because of what I said, that they don't really get trained to care for them, they don't feel comfortable. But second, they don't want them in the office. They're disruptive, they feel, they don't understand this population, they're Medicaid, so the reimbursement's low. And in general, they were open about saying that they really don't feel comfortable caring for the population of individuals with IDD. So can you imagine if this came out for, heart disease or lung disease or any other group of individuals? There would be an uproar. But physicians are very open about not feeling comfortable caring for this population. Next slide. So again, the problem with the ER, I won't go belabor the point, but you are getting suboptimal care, and it's not cheap. ER visits are expensive. What happens is an individual goes there, and for those of you that work with individuals will appreciate this. The DSP will bring the individual to the ER. They may or may not know them. They have a binder. Who knows what the binder is? So you hand the binder to me. I never read the binder. No one reads the binder. No one knows where to find any information in the binder. And so what happens is I have a nonverbal person, and the DSP is like, they're amazing, they're wonderful people, but they're like, I don't know, I'm new, I don't know John. And so I'm like, I'm gonna do some blood tests, I'm gonna do a neck CAT scan, I'm gonna, do everything. And they don't need any of that necessarily, but I'm careful, I don't know, and I wanna be careful. So that, again, jacks up all the costs. So you have this terrible combination of suboptimal care and excessive costs. And what happens in the ER, I'm not really sure what's going on with the individual, and I'm not sure if I discharge them where they're gonna end up. I'm gonna hospitalize them, whether they need it or not. And sometimes hospitals have asked the DSP to stay with the individual, with them in the hospital, which is insane if you think about it. I mean, if you took your family member for pneumonia and they were admitted and the hospital says, you gotta stay with them because we don't really know how to care for them. Like, who says that? But with our population, they feel very comfortable saying, no, you need to stay with the individual. Next slide. So if we switch gears to telehealth, telemedicine, and again, I've said this many times in other presentations, you may have it yourself through your own payer. If there is a silver lining to the pandemic, it's that telehealth did prove itself as a viable means of delivering health care, not for everything, but for many things. And I argue that the value of telehealth for the population that we serve is even greater because of a lot of what I've said. Getting a specialized clinician to the individual is really hard. Transportation is really difficult. Staffing is a major issue. So if we can keep the individual at home. And then lastly, and very importantly, many individuals that we serve, once you take them out of their home, they decompensate. They feel comfortable in their own home. You put them in the ER, you put them, thank you, you put them in an unusual setting, it's really challenging. So for that and many other reasons, I think telehealth is a great solution. Next slide. So how can it help? On the left, are the problems the right solution? The access issue. We can be in any part of the state of Maryland or any state as long as there's a Wi-Fi signal or a cell signal. The suboptimal care, I've mentioned, all of our clinicians have specialized training. We have access to their medical records. We connect to your therapists, your precision care, whatever you're using, paper, so we don't have to worry about the binder thing. We are serving that individual in their own environment. We are available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we provide full documentation of that encounter. We provide that information to the staff, to the group home manager, written in normal language. It's not in doctor speak. So, not like, give Augmentin 875 QID. It's like, give this tablet 4 times a day for 5 days. And if you have any questions, call this number. And so I think that's another part of that documentation. And then lastly, we will also send that note to the primary care doc if they have one, so they know. Say, Dr. So-and-so, I saw Bill on Wednesday for bronchitis. If you want to follow up, please do call me with any questions. Next slide. I do want to emphasize that not all cases need to be emergent. I do think that it's good to have kind of a backbone of care for this population where if there's a med that's missed, as I mentioned, constipation, if it's not addressed, turns into bowel obstruction. UTI turns into urosepsis. So the way we operate, it's not like a per call charge, and we want to be called. We want all those issues to be addressed. We have DSPs that are already, coaches, chauffeurs, and doing all the activities of daily living and cooking for the individual. We don't want them to be medical as well. If they have any medical issue, you can call us. There's no reason that they should hesitate, and now they have a resource. Next slide. This is just a screenshot of our portal that we call Station Connect, that if it's an agency, they can go in and see who called, when they called. You can run reports off of it. And I think just a few more slides about some outcomes. Next slide. Yeah, you can go to the next slide. So this has been consistent. It's a little old, but 93% of the calls, meaning over 9 out of 10 times when we get called, we can resolve that issue, meaning we don't need to send them out to the ER or urgent care, which is huge in terms of the impact it has on the individual, but obviously on the impact it has on costs and cost avoidance. There's a lot of great solutions out there, but if they don't make sense financially, they never sustain. So you have to have some kind of ROI which we have shown. Next slide. These are just some of the reasons people call. It's probably hard to see, but they go from cough, like mine, cellulitis, rash, fever, abdominal pain. The light blue are the ones that you keep and we don't send out. The dark blue are the ones that we do send out to the ER. And anytime we send someone to the emergency department, we will call in advance. And that's another really great feature that I think is important, that I will call the ER and say, hey, John, I'm sending, because his leg is swollen. He always is nonverbal, and don't worry about his stoma. I just want an ultrasound. And try not to make him wait in the waiting room forever. He will decompensate, and he will get worse. So it is just another feature that has been really well received, and I think it's really important. Next slide. We did partner with an organization called AbleLink to survey individuals because it's important to ask individuals, what do you want? And they were overwhelmingly happy with the solution and service. And next slide. And this is just some slides that talk about the cost savings on top of what I've already mentioned. This was a PA provider that uses us that ended up saving because of overtime costs and transportation costs. And then next slide, I believe, is another agency that just showed some cost savings. This works in an agency setting as well as the individual's home. It's just on the agency side, they pay for some of the transportation, and so they see some other additional savings. I think that's the last slide. And this is just a QR code, which I think goes to our website, but actually shows how it works. It's extremely easy. There's no equipment needed. It's simply an app that we use, and that's how it's facilitated. I'll give you a quick example. Someone, like I said, has a cough and a slight fever. If they're at home, the family member or someone calls. If they're with a DSP, they call. We have a toll-free number. We find some basic information. We find out what's going on, and then I would do my evaluation. If you can use Zoom, it's a HIPAA-compliant Zoom platform. We do the evaluation, and then I might prescribe antibiotics. I might, say I'll follow up with you. I'll call you back in an hour. And then we send our documentation to the individual and to their home so they have it. And that's as simple as it is. Again, in closing, what I would like to say is that it is great to be a part of a community of individuals that really care for this population. They're also interested in innovation and bringing that innovation. One of the stories that I always give, which I think I spoke at the last time, was I asked the audience, when was the last time that you went to Blockbuster Video to rent a movie? And we don't do that anymore, right? Because there's a better way, there's a cheaper way, there's a more efficient way, and I do really look at telehealth as a disruptive technology when it's done right. It's not for everything, but for our population, it really can improve the lives of the individuals, foster independence, and allow individuals to enjoy what they're doing. You're taking 8 hours, 10 hours, maybe 2 days in the hospital and turning that into 30 minutes turned around and done. And that's kind of the mentality we should have, is what can we do to focus on that individual to make their life better. So with that, thank you very much, and happy if there's any questions. Yeah.
I assume, I'll start with the first question. An individual who might be, go ahead, Steph. Okay, I understand. I'm up there with you. Assuming an individual is supported through a traditional provider agency, but the agency that does not participate or with Station MD, is it possible for the individual to participate in Station MD? And then how is it paid for? Does Medicaid cover it?
Yeah, great question. So I'll answer it in the best way I can in the sense that we do partner with individual agencies, that if an individual is part of an agency, the agency pays us a monthly fee, and they have 24/7 access to the services. Second, we work in some states, for example in DC, DC DDS covers the service and pays for the service, and it covers all of the individuals that are on the waiver. I don't know that 1,200 or
about 1,500 enrolled.
1,500 enrolled.
We did it through Texas Tech.
Okay.
And then through ARPA funding, and we're working right now on a parallel track to transition in under waiver service.
Yeah, so they're in the process of transitioning to a waiver service. In PA, for example, we are a waiver service where it's covered under a specific waiver. Missouri, we're covered under a specific waiver. If an individual wants it directly, we unfortunately cannot. I don't know the exact reason why, except it's a Medicaid rule, since we're providing medical services. We cannot go direct to consumer. Like if you say, hey, I want this for myself and my family, we have to go through some other mechanism, and that's just because of the way Medicaid is structured. So the ways are through an agency, through a waiver, or through funding directly through the state or district, for example. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's unfortunate though.
Yeah, but I think we'll get there. Are you in Maryland?
Yeah. Well, another question too, and I'm assuming that should one, so an agency agrees to do this.
Yeah.
I would assume that there's an initial intake with each of the individuals being supported by you, or your organization, by Station MD, so that they have this background in history, or
Yeah.
so that all that prep work is done in advance.
Yeah, and it's pretty straightforward. You know, I'm simplifying it, but basically you would tell us we have 50, 100 people, and you send us that information, some basic demographics, and they're like to-go sheet, and we upload that, and we're good to go. To give you an example, in Missouri, DMH said we want you to cover 15,000 individuals. We had, from the day they said that to those individuals in our system and onboarded was 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. So we just uploaded and I don't do it. I don't know how it's done. Someone does it, and it's done, and then it's in our system, and then we can start providing those services. So, maybe Donald can talk.
No, it's just that maybe additional information that may be helpful about your orientation process, how you do orientation for providers and people support.
Yeah, we have an orientation prep. It's super easy to use, but we go through step by step. How do you call? When do you call? Why do you call? What are the reasons? And then it's a very simple onboarding that we use to educate, basically, the staff.
I guess what I was trying to get at is, having had a bad visit in ER recently, how are we getting at that initial meeting with someone and not knowing who that person who they are, so that upon the first call, I mean, is it just an upload of data about the person, or is there ever an initial conversation so you do in fact get to know?
Yeah, we don't, like, if we never knew you before, it wouldn't be, so if you sign up for us, we will get some basic information. That's how it works. So obviously demographics, but also baseline medical issues, meds, all of that's done up front, yeah. So it's, if you've never used it and you call me now, it just wouldn't work. We don't have that as an option, yeah. Yeah.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. For the agencies that you've worked with, do they have delegating nurses, and what type of integration or collaboration occurs with the delegating nurse?
Yeah, so we work with some agencies that have nurses, and then we work with some agencies that don't have any nurses. So the ones that do have nurses, we work in conjunction with them. And we also provide educational sessions to them, and it's great. So some agencies, it's across the board. So some agencies call us first, and that's it. Some agencies call the nurse first, and then the nurse calls us if they need it. So an example would be, nurses know what to do, but they just need the doctor to give kind of their blessing and say, yeah. So if someone has a cough and they need antibiotics, the nurse will say, hey, doc, can you see this individual? And we can have the nurse on the call, the patient on the call, and the doc on the call. So we work in conjunction with them. Sometimes they call us at night and don't call the nurse at night. Sometimes they don't have a nurse, and so they just call us directly. We have our own nurses that we use, that we do follow-up calls whenever relevant. So if I saw that person I told you about with bronchitis and needed antibiotics, our nurse would call the next day and say, hey, how are you feeling? Dr. Trivedi saw you. Did you take the antibiotic? Do you need anything further? So, sure.
If you're not at from the state perspective, there's a lot of legwork that goes into it. So, for example, we engage a lot of stakeholders like our nursing roundtable, which is a forum where all our nursing directors from all our provider agencies meet on a monthly basis. So us as a state, we make sure that station MD is there to educate them about the service, ask any questions, and things of that nature. So, and it's almost in tandem and collaboration with them to make sure we reach the right forum and stakeholders so they're informed of the service as well.
Mm-hmm.
What about in Maryland? Do you work with DDA in Maryland?
That's why I'm here. We will be, I hope. We are providing services to a few agencies in Maryland that we have direct contracts with, and some are in DC and Maryland, so that's why. But the good thing is that we are licensed in Maryland and Medicaid providers. I'll just give you an example. I apologize if anyone's from Virginia. We're not in Virginia yet. So it takes a while to get all of our clinicians licensed, credentialed, then become a Medicaid provider, become a business. All of that's done. We're hoping to, and again, I met with Stephanie last week. We're talking about this, of what we can potentially do down the road. So stay tuned, I guess I'll say. Yeah.
How do your providers handle emergency refill situations, particularly related to psychotropic medications? In our area, at least in the Baltimore City and Baltimore County, it can be difficult to get those appointments, and we can't have individuals not taking those medications. Is that an area that they provide support for?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think 40% of the people that we cover have a co-occurring behavioral diagnosis, and so psychiatric issues are a big problem, behavioral problem, issues are a big problem, but refills are huge. And so the short answer is yes, we can do bridge refills. So if someone runs out of their Dilantin on Friday, midnight, we will definitely do the refill for, we won't give like a 6-month supply, but we'll do it and cover them. Now, the specific controlled substances I have to look into. I know we don't do opiates because of a whole, issue with that, but yeah, we do those all the time. And it's a big issue, as I put in my presentation, sometimes your only recourse is to go to the ER for these, and that shouldn't be the place to go for a refill.
So, as far as you said, you were that your doctors do referrals directly to the ERs. Do you have good luck with that? I mean, what I have found is that even doctors who are physically in Maryland practicing have a hard time now making those referrals to the ER.
Yeah, we do, and I think why we do is just because we're ER docs. I think. I mean, so essentially, and when I say referral, like if we feel that we can't handle the situation and we need to send someone to the ER, we will call. And I will tell you, as an ER physician, that's the gold standard, an ER doc to an ER doc, because if you're lucky, at best, you might get a form that says, I'm sending so-and-so for a fever or something. But we will talk through with them and let them know, and it's been really well received. And when we come into an area, we usually meet with the ER directors. Because we found that they, number one, they don't understand the population. Number two, they don't really want them in the ER, you know? And my guess is it's because we're ER docs that they're receptive to us, but they have been. Yeah.
Which leads to my other question. You all are essentially generalists and not specialists, or do you have...
No, we do, well, we are ER docs, but all of our clinicians go through a curriculum for IDD, which is like, I don't know, 26 hours or education, more than the 11 minutes. And then this is the only population we treat. So we do grand rounds every month on this population. So, but we are not developmental physicians, no. But we're specialized for sure, yeah.
Not psychiatry.
We do have a behavioral arm with IDD psychiatrists, but that's separate than this, yeah. Sure. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
That was some good information, wasn't it? That's good. We're moving up in Maryland. So our next, music please. Our next showcase is a resource showcase. So we're going to have a few. Remember, I talked to you earlier. We have a lot of resources in Maryland, and I wanted them to come and give you, to let you know what they do and that they're here. We talked a little bit about the governor's initiatives in order to expand technology and to utilize. So the first person who's coming to speak is Anu with Maryland Department of Housing and Community Development, statewide broadband. She's going to talk a little bit about their program and what's new in Maryland as it pertains to broadband.
Hi everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Vishnu Priya. You can just call me Vishnu. And I'm the Digital Equity Manager with Office of Statewide Broadband. I recently joined the office in February. But I do come from a background of doing digital equity work on grounds, trying to make sure people have technology, one, in their hands, but most important is that they know how to use it. And so coming from that background and now serving in the Office of Statewide Broadband, I'll go a little bit into the detail of what the office does, and then I'll share a little bit about what some of our upcoming initiatives are. And I'll be here a few minutes after that, so if anyone has more questions, you're welcome to come up to me and share those. So, Office of Broadband is housed within the Housing and Community Development, and it's the main focus of this agency is to administer grants, which are related to either broadband or digital equity. With that, however, we also recognize a very key important role, which is partnership building and coalition. And so our office is constantly striving to engage organizations and connect them with people who might be looking for resources or who might have services. And something that's going on right now in the office is NTIA, which is a federal organization, have released a digital equity, well, I guess it's called the Digital Equity Act, under which they have two main federal programs. One of them is what the state has applied for, and we are waiting to receive funding for it and approval. But just to kind of give you a little bit idea of how the state is looking into allocating those funds once that approval comes through. And we're looking at dividing it in 5 sections, which is, we recognize that technology is very, very important in creating a better future in life for people, especially with now AI coming into practice. But we have a group of people that have been left behind and that continuously keeps getting behind, and so that digital divide keeps on growing. So we want to make sure that we allocate funding towards those sources and encourage people to strive beyond their limits, to make sure we don't leave them behind here, and do whatever it basically takes to get them on board. And in order to achieve that, we have 5 main focus areas. One is obviously the sub-grants will be created to support digital skills, and that is for all population. Second is digital navigation, which means you're learning those digital skills and applying into your day-to-day life with whatever that specific need is. You know, there could be a population who's looking for telemedicine and healthcare, or maybe somebody's needs are applying for jobs or doing their homework. And so those digital navigation programs can really help them translate their skills into their day-to-day practice. The third pool of bucket for sub-grants would be coalition buildings or partnership buildings. None of this work is possible without really engaging all the community and organizations. So we want to encourage partnership with organizations and have that dedicated focus to reach the hard-to-reach population. The fourth bucket would be designing sort of like computer labs, which are publicly accessible for people. We also want to make sure that there are tools available in there for people with maybe low vision and blind, or maybe who are hearing impaired, and that they have certain specific tools which are available if they cannot afford to buy those equipments. And lastly, which is I think very close to my heart with the work that I did in my previous role, which is creating programs for 4 focus groups. One is the incarcerated population, the second is the disabled population, third is the veterans group, and lastly is the homeless group. We recognize that these populations and their needs are very, very different, and so the tools that we have to adopt, the methodology we have to adopt, whatever those needs are going to be very different than what it looks like for someone else. And so we want organizations to sort of think outside the box, maybe try and reach beyond their limits and see how we can help these individuals get online, use the services which are available, and hopefully change some of the trajectory of their life going forward. And with that, I think I'll end. If you all have any questions, feel free to reach me, or you can even reach our Office of Statewide Broadband at osb.de@maryland.gov. Thank you.
Next we have Comcast in the room. She is. There we go. I just said someone to look for you. Comcast Corporation. They're here to tell you about a lot of their new tech for people that need assistance that are hard of hearing.
Thank you very much for having us this afternoon. My name is Tammy Watkins. I'm the Director of Government Affairs with Comcast. Earlier this year in April, we held an event at our Frederick store highlighting some of our new accessible technologies, including the American Sign Language option now. When customers who require that technology, they're now able to use sign language to access information about their account, information about their service, and we are there ready to help them with those resources. The event was really well attended by some of the partners in this room today, and I was very happy to be here today to learn more about how Comcast can support accessible technology. We are a mobile phone provider, and we know how important mobile phones are to services. I really enjoyed the opportunity to learn today. We're also broadband, and we know how important broadband technology is for the services that so many people are trying to access. We are very happy with our partnership with so many of your organizations. We really are looking forward to a continued partnership, and we are happy to be a resource in this space for all of your needs. I did want to show a brief video just covering some of the accessible technology with our actual Vice President of Accessible Technology, Mr. Tom Wachowski.
Somebody with a disability doesn't necessarily want to be thought of as different, or I need separate interface, or I go through a separate door. When you really think about the internet and technology in general, and how that's leveled the playing field for people with disabilities, it's unbelievable. Xfinity, turn on the lights. Processing. So for me, the tagline would be, the future of awesome is accessible to everyone. Watch MSNBC. I was born blind, the youngest of 4 brothers. I understand the frustration when technology is inaccessible, but it's also very thrilling when you can make it happen. But we want to figure out how can we take accessibility and leverage that so that it drives innovation across the company.
Innovation is a lot of things, but it's often finding something that's very hard to do, that's an impediment, and coming up with a very simple, easy way to work around it. But they'd like to have the same conveniences. They'd like to know how to pause. They'd like to know how to get back to a particular spot in a show.
We've recently done some focus groups with individuals in the deaf community, individuals in the blind community, and with seniors to find out what types of requirements we could feed into moving forward.
Most people don't think of blind people as watching television. However, to be excluded from that really makes it more difficult for blind people to participate fully in society, which is what, of course, we all want.
Now playing, NBC 10 goes at 4 p.m.
The ability to find content that's on demand and to play it or record it, even just the ability to scroll through a channel guide and to know what's on. Those things have, until very recently, been unavailable to us.
We are developing the cable industry's first talking guide. When you navigate the menus of your set-top box, whatever is highlighted on screen gets announced in speech.
This technology has given me, for the first time in my life, greater access to print and information than I've ever had.
Surely all movies about baseball, we view accessibility as a component of innovation. The commitment here is just unbelievable. People want to do this.
We get excited about doing these products, and when you see people use them and you see their delight, it's heartwarming to see.
Comcast is really at the forefront of accessibility in this area. It's the only company that I'm aware of testing and planning to provide this level of access.
It's opening new doors and traveling into uncharted territory, making what used to be impossible possible. It's a blank canvas out there that we can paint on, and I'm looking forward to diving in.
I just want to thank everybody very much. We are very happy and proud to partner with so many of you in this space, and we are very excited about the opportunities the future will give us. Thank you.
Impact is next. We've talked about them, so you finally get to meet their executive director, Lori.
Okay, sorry, I'm a little short. Thank you, good afternoon. I'm Lori. I'm the director of the Maryland Assistive Technology Program. Can I get a show of hands how many people have heard of Maryland TAP? Oh, good. You don't need me up here at all. So we are the Assistive Technology Program for the state. We provide AT services to individuals of all disabilities and all age ranges. So we sort of encompass and bring in everybody into our services. We provide equipment demonstrations, device loans, financing, and equipment reuse. I'm going to touch on each of those. We have 9 assistive technology libraries across the state. Our main one is in Baltimore, right next to Morgan State University. I know, right? It's my part of the city. So anybody can come to our program, borrow devices. We're like the public library, but instead of books, it's assistive technology. Folks can check out equipment, borrow it for 4 weeks at a time. We do not sell any of those devices, but we help individuals make informed decisions about what AT is going to support them. And like I said, we're serving all disabilities. So we have a wide variety of devices, communication devices for individuals who are nonverbal, different types of magnification systems, optical character recognition, so OCR for folks who need that verbal feedback, just aids for daily living, all kinds of stuff. So anyway, folks can come in, they can try out devices, they can borrow it. When they're ready to purchase that equipment or need to get it from some resource, we're gonna guide them through that process. So we're gonna make sure they know where to go, how to get the equipment that they need. And then we also run a reuse program. So for folks that are in need of equipment, they cannot afford it, there's not a service that's going to purchase it for them. If it has been donated to our program and it works, we can donate it back out to them and they can keep it for as long as they want it. That is a rolling inventory of devices, but you can check our website, and that's, again, free assistive technology for anybody that needs to get it and has no other way to purchase it. And we do have a really cool 3D printing program that we launched this time last year. Again, on our website, there is a catalog. You can actually search to see what types of assistive technology we print right there in our office. You can put in your request online and we will ship it out. So we have bag carriers, we have can holders, door openers, just all kinds of stuff. So really cool things. You can check out our website, you can visit our table. We have a bunch of things on our table that you can try out. I encourage you to reach out to us. Again, we serve the entire state, all disabilities, all age ranges, and we are a free service. So you can't beat that. Thank you.
Very good. Is AT discounts here?
Hi, I'm Amanda Chong from AT Discount Sales and Services. We have been in existence for the last 10 years. We offer discounts on a wide selection of assistive technology, anything from communication devices, aids for daily living, tools to offer alternate access for either iPads or computers, mounting systems, aids for individuals that have low vision or hearing issues, and a lot more. On our website, we also offer a lot of resources. I always joke that if you've got insomnia, go try and read the website. But I never know what people are going to want information-wise, so it goes up there. However, if you do happen to be looking at the website and you see a hole or you see something that we don't currently have, I would love to hear from people as well to add more resources to the website, because I really do want it to be a place where people can learn about other agencies and get the assistance that they need. Another program that we have been doing is for those individuals that are using the LISS funding. Very often when they put that application in, they need to also put a quote for the equipment that they're asking for. So if the counsellor or the family lets us know about that, then we will create a quote so that they can put that in with their documentation. If anybody has any specific questions about anything, we have a table in the vendor room, and I look forward to meeting more of you. Thank you.
Jane. Maryland Impact. Impact. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Hi, I'm Kevin Steffi. I'm the Director of Maryland Accessibility Telecommunications. And I have two programs that I oversee under the Maryland tab for communications and accessibilities. And perhaps you hear a woman's voice and you see a man, and obviously I have an interpreter voicing for me. And in the audience, we also have Jane, who is one of the staff with Maryland tab as well. So what our program does is we are a sister organization of Maryland Assisted Technology Program. And that recently they just spoke, so we are a sister organization and we focus on home equipment. They focus on home equipment and technology, and we focus more on the telecommunication portion. So with individuals who aren't able to use standard phones, we provide assistive technology for telecommunications to be able to make and receive calls independently. So we have an application for our program if you wish to receive devices. And we service people ages 3 and up based on income. For communication facilitation, we work with deaf-blind who are unable to see or hear, whether using a traditional phone or using technology such as video phones or Zoom, and we provide a tactile interpreter to be able to facilitate communication for those individuals between the deaf-blind community and the other parties that they are speaking with. If you have any questions about our program, you can visit our booth in the vendor hall, and I look forward to seeing everyone there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kevin. Maryland Department of Aging. I think she just went to get them. So in the meantime, I don't want to do that. Is boundary care in here? Come on.
Really quick. Hi everybody, I'm Paul Carpenter from Boundary Care. I was supposed to be here this morning, but my train got delayed. We are a wearable-based assistive technology platform that supports individuals and care teams through communication and alerts. So we have a wearable that's actually based on an Apple Watch, very nice to wear, very personalizable, and we can use all of the watch's sensors or none of them or some combination of them to let both individuals and care teams know if there's something that's alert worthy. So what does that mean? That could mean fall detection, that could mean monitoring for certain types of seizure symptoms through motion analysis on the device. Also such things like activity tracking, sleep, heart rate, high and low, even perseverative motion that we can alert folks for if somebody's expressing anxious or other types of behavior. We also can alert back to the watch so that if somebody leaves home at 11 p.m., it's not necessarily all of the caregivers that would get pinged, but they could even have a prompt on the watch itself that would say, hey, are you comfortable? Do you know where you are? Do you need any help for that right now? When it comes to providing help, we equip each watch with a cell plan so that it'll work from anywhere and caregivers and care teams can call in and communicate with the individual directly if they do have any questions. There's a bunch more behind the scenes stuff that we do to make sure we can support, all kinds of different situations, from folks living completely independently to remote supports to all the way up through residential. So if you have any questions about that, you can email me at paul@boundarycare.com or just come see me right outside. Thank you.
No. Okay, department agent left a little early. So we are going to call up Maryland Inclusive Housing so they can tell us about the cool AT Navigator.
Hi everyone, thank you. I'm Daphne Stephan. I'm with Opportunities Inc. and on the board of Maryland Inclusive Housing. We're just going to get this loaded here. Andy Krause will be driving today. He's the Director of Communications over at NIH. And I'm on the tech task force too. Okay, so power up your life is the theme for today's celebration. As we think about how many of us power up our own lives with technology every day, I'll ask you to take a moment to consider this quote from Judy Heumann, a well-known disability rights activist, who famously and eloquently stated that for most of us, technology makes things easier, but for a person with disabilities, it makes things possible. There's so much potential to unlock greater independence and enhance quality of life with technology, but where do you begin? With so many different types of technology on the market, and as we've seen today, how do you figure out the right technology for you or for someone you support? AT is not a one-size-fits-all. We've heard that a couple times today too. Like any support, what works for one person may not work for someone else. And technology is expensive, or can be. How do you know it's going to work before you make an investment? How do you get it covered through insurance, through doors, through DDA? How do you get training on the device? How does your family, your staff get training on the device? How do you navigate all this information, all these devices to get the services, funding, and ultimately the access to life-changing technology and support with using it? I know, a lot of questions, but questions in your minds, right? But they all boil down to one. How do you power up your life as a person with disabilities? Well, we have the answer, and it's actually simple. The solution is here. It's the Assistive Technology Navigator. So what I'd invite you to do is take your phone, scan that QR code, and we're going to show you around an awesome resource for Marylanders with disabilities and those of us who support them. So Andy's got it pulled up here. The Assistive Technology Navigator can be found on Maryland Inclusive Housing's website. And under Housing Info, you can click here to use the AT Navigator. The Maryland Assistive Technology Navigator launched late last year in collaboration between MIH and DDA. To use the AT Navigator, we start with the person. What area of life are we looking to power up or gain more independence in? You can hover over each of these areas to explore communication, computer access, daily living, phone, hearing, low vision, blind, memory, cognition, recreation, employment, environmental control. You can choose an area to learn more about, and for this demo, we'll start with phone access. So you or someone you support has difficulty using a standard phone. You could go to the phone page to learn more. And throughout the AT Navigator, you'll have links to resources, service providers, applications, and more. So here, you'll see information about Maryland Relays Program, the Maryland Accessible Telecommunications Program, and who is eligible for supports through these programs. AT Navigator provides some examples of low to high tech in each area. And here you can see examples of assistive technology to support phone use. And then it's going to jump into what services a person may be eligible for and what resources right here in Maryland can help people with everything from assessments, trials of devices, funding, and training. The AT Navigator will point you to information about what state programs offer, including not only Maryland Relay, but Maryland Technology Assistance Program as an option for free consultation, and then what to do if these avenues don't get you what you need, like requesting AT through DDA or through DOORS. DDA being through the person-centered planning process. In each area, we give clear steps on how to get started, which resources to try first, how to get an assessment or consultation to help you with assistive technology selection, try before you buy, and more. And then, if we kind of scroll down to the bottom here, we're going to get into what to do when you know what you need. Because you may be at different points in your journey. So if you know the devices you need, we're going to include different funding options, discounted purchasing, Maryland's AT loan and reuse programs, to name a few. And then we can't forget the tips. So if you scroll down, each page is going to have some tips for you, highlighting important things you don't want to forget or things to know, like making sure you have a training plan, and a way to get that training funded. As we scroll back up to the top, you can see that there are many areas here. These areas have different service providers, different processes, different funders, specialists. The process for getting a communication device, for example, it's going to be different from AT for reminders or for memory or for phone access. So as you can see, this is a great way to navigate through these resources right here in Maryland, who we also reached out to in development of the Assistive Technology Navigator. We'll take you right to their site, whether it's DOORS, the Centers for Independent Living, Maryland Relay, Maryland TAP, AT Discount Sales and Services, and many of the vendors we have here today. So with that, I'll just say this is not an exhaustive list of apps and devices and technology. That is overwhelming. This is how do you navigate to get the help I need, the funding I need to the life-changing technology. So that's really what AT Navigator is all about. So please check it out, bookmark it, add it to your processes, share it with your networks. And as we celebrate being a technology-first state and bring awareness to this resource, we really hope this tool will strengthen the Maryland IDD community to be able to tap into technology as a solution, just like many of us do every day, to power up all of our lives and make things possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. MIH, and we do have Maryland Department on Aging. Here, there it goes. I want you to hear about their great partnership with MDOE.
Hi everyone, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here and to share a room with all of these great individuals and rub shoulders with all you great organizations here. My name is Ian Edwards. I'm the director of the Maryland Department of Aging's Durable Medical Equipment Reuse Program. We provide durable medical equipment, or DME, and mobility devices to Maryland residents with all abilities, illnesses, and injuries, regardless of their age, and we provide all equipment free of charge. We provide simpler equipment like canes, crutches, walkers, and bathroom equipment to complex equipment like power wheelchairs, manual wheelchairs, home hospital beds, sit-to-stands, and Hoyer lifts. All equipment is collected around the state via donation. We then sanitize and repair each item. Then we provide the items to residents in need across the state. This service aims to improve independence, quality of life, and avoid costlier levels of care. And more recently, we're excited to share and elaborate on our partnership with the Department of Disabilities called Maryland Equips. Maryland Equips is not a physical service, but it's rather a consolidation of resources or a one-stop shop in the form of a web page where individuals with disabilities can visit to learn about the various state and related nonprofit resources to obtain physical equipment from DME to assistive technology and wheelchair ramps, and to increase the awareness of the many services that are out there. It serves that dual need to increase the awareness of services that are out there and also to simplify the experience for individuals with disabilities as a one-stop shop rather than navigating the multiple departments around the state and services around the state. Part of why we're here today is to learn about many of the other resources and potential partners to join Maryland Equips. So if you're an organization that helps individuals live independently in any capacity, and if you're interested in joining, please feel free to stop by. And lastly, thank you to the DDA for having us here today and for allowing us to assist and share, and we look forward to working with you all now and in the future.
Thank you so much. Whew, it's been a day. So we started a day, and I wanted to make sure that we thought about powering up by making connections. So we have our task force, we have provider agencies here, we have vendors here, we have people who do assessments here. We need everyone to kind of get together. We have resources here. If you're an OHCDS DDA provider, please connect with the vendors because they're looking for you as well. So we make connections. We provided information and resources so that all Marylanders with disabilities can have access, awareness, access, and become more and more autonomous. So I want to thank you all for being here, but most of all, I got a few thank yous to do. So first, I want to thank our DDA professional development staff. They've been wonderful. I want to thank MDH Comms. They've been wonderful. All the volunteers that came out. There we go. I want to thank our interpreters, Cindy Boucher and Angela Fowler. I want to thank all the panelists. They did a wonderful job providing us with the information and kind of letting you know their life's experience and how they navigate things. And most of all, I want to thank you for spending time with us today and coming out on a hot August day. And to see us, please go back and continue visiting the vendors. We are here to 4 o'clock. So if you have a friend that you want to text and say, come on through, tell them to come on through. Thank you all. Thank you to the Deputy Secretary for letting us do this again. Again, thank you all. Have a great afternoon.